Hello and welcome one and all to another Shenandoah University broadcast. My name is Avery Geesaman, aka Igloo, and joining me for this pregame interview is none other than Molly Denz, aka TinyShiny. Molly, it is such a pleasure to have you back here with me for this pregame Overwatch interview. Normally you're the one doing the interviewing, so it's kind of cool that I get to be asking you some questions today. So the first thing I want to talk about, Molly, is just how much work this Overwatch team has put in. I mean, so many summer hours, so many training hours have gone into this team, more so than I would say any other team on this campus, if I might say. Talk to us a little bit about the journey that this team has gone through.
Yeah, we started scrimming in July, Avery. Like, we weren't even thinking about coming back to school yet, and we're like, hey, we got to figure out what's going on for the Overwatch team next year. We got to run tryouts, we got to start scrimming, and it really just became a same group of people. I was playing with all of them over the summer anyways. We just made it a little bit more formal. Everyone on the team loves to play the game. We've added a lot of pieces along the way. It started with 6 of us, and now we have a total of 9 players on our roster right now, so I'm very happy with how far that we've come in the past couple months.
That's truly incredible to me, Molly, because I remember thinking last semester that we weren't even positive that we were going to have a team to field in Overwatch, and now the team has grown so much due to the outreach of the players and the coach. I mean, amazing that we're able to have this dedicated squad that is so passionate about the game, too. So exciting to see that. And I want to continue to talk about your guys' strategy for tonight. I want to talk about you specifically. What do you feel your role is on this team? I feel like you're a very fast player with these kind of run-in characters. How do you stay mentally composed when you deal with that really fast strategy that this team brings out?
Well, my coach would tell you that I don't stay mentally composed. I get a little excited. I get panicked, right? Because it's very much Tracer, Avenger. All those heroes are very fast when you go in and you go out, and it's all, you're taking in so many different forms of stimuli at once. And that's been one of my big challenges kind of transitioning into this role, is figuring out how I can manage all of this input that's coming in and turn it into results on the playing field. It's gotten better and better each and every time, and each time my coach would tell you, again, I've quieted down. I'm not getting as loud. I'm not like freaking, oh my gosh, that guy's one over there. We're pretty okay, and I'm feeling pretty calm going today. The heart rate is back to normal.
Oh, that's great to hear. I mean, you would think that you would be very excited, but that's good that you're able to calm down and get those comms straight. So speaking of transitioning into this new phase for you, how did it feel going from, on the desk to this year becoming a player yourself?
It's been a very interesting transition, to say the least. I'm a lot more comfortable kind of behind the scenes, in front of a camera, talking about this gameplay, and not really in the scope of it myself. I really liked the sense of community that competing on a collegiate team brought, and I want to try something new. It was something that really motivated me to want to come to practice at the end of the day, and it's been a ton of fun. My mechanics have improved a lot. There's a reason that I was a caster before all the things else. Let's be totally honest here, but it's continued to get better. I've made some great friends on the team, and I think a lot of the game knowledge and analytical pieces that I've gained from casting are very helpful when it comes to kind of helping lead the team in game.
Oh, would you say that you're the biggest leader on this team, Molly?
I wouldn't say I'm the biggest one. It's more of a team effort. I think between myself, Abby, and Brad, that we'll see in today, all 3 of us contribute quite a bit to the communications that go on within the team, and we're able to work together pretty well.
Well, there you go, folks. I mean, this is truly a team at heart. So many leaders, so much passion on this squad, and that's what gets me excited to watch you guys improve and continue to take down some amazing schools. I'm not going to let you guys wait any further. Let's get right into the Overwatch gameplay very soon. Thank you, Molly, for joining me. Let's get into some Shenandoah Overwatch very soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to another Shenandoah University broadcast. We are live once again from the Shenandoah Esports Arena here in Winchester, Virginia. My name is Chris Clayton, and I'm joined by the lovely Ben Kincaid, and we're here to bring you something a little different, something pretty exciting, something we have not done at least in a long time, if ever. We're going to try something new here today because we have 3 different esports competitions here. We are going to bring you some Overwatch action, some League of Legends action, and some Smash Bros action. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a great time, and we hope you'll stick through it with us. But, Ben, How you feeling today? You excited? You as excited as I am?
Oh, yeah. I'm pumped, right? We got some red zone coming in here, right, with those 3 great titles, right? Great teams, great people playing for us here today. I don't know how this is going to go, but I think it's going to go pretty well. I think we're going to have some fun. I think you guys are going to have some fun as well.
Yeah, I definitely think this is going to be a lot of action. We're going to make sure you don't miss a single thing. We've got a crazy broadcast team in the room covering all the games. We're going to make sure you don't miss any of the action, but we'll do our best to take you through it. So with that said, let's walk you through some structure for the day, right? We've got Overwatch starting before the other 2 games, right? They're going to go live really any minute now. They start at 7. They will be our first game, and they will be playing by themselves for about an hour.
Yeah.
And by 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, we will have League of Legends going live and Smash going live at the same time. So if Overwatch bleeds for over an hour, we could be bringing you 3 different games simultaneously, and it's going to be a blast.
Yeah, I mean, if we go the full 5 games, 5 maps in Overwatch, we're going to overlap for sure. There's definitely some potential for overlap here, but we're hoping for a clean 3-0, right, as we are in any instance in any game ever, hopefully, usually, all the time.
Yeah,
right?
truly. That's what we do.
That's what we try to do here. So we're going to see how that goes Overwatch. We'll be kicking off here very shortly, but let's take a look at kind of what our rosters look like, right? We have a lot of new faces coming to the team, some old faces as well. Chris, what do we got?
Right, yeah. So, I mean, I guess we'll start with Overwatch, right? We'll go in order of the games tonight. We do have very fresh faces on this Overwatch roster. For those of you who remember last year, we had a pretty star-studded roster that found a lot of success in all levels of competition. Most of those players, in fact, all but 2, I believe, have now moved on, have either graduated or are just doing other things, are not competing anymore this semester. So there were genuine concerns, as you guys heard in the pregame interview with Igloo and TinyShiny, right? There were genuine concerns, at least here on campus, that we might not even have an Overwatch team. But sure enough, passion prevails, and we were able to find and field a very, not only young and exciting, but deep roster.
Yeah, we have a lot of players this year. We have the returning Voidex, of course. We thought he was done.
Right.
But he's come back for, I believe, the 6th year. 4 years of undergrad and 2 years of grad school, has been playing lights out Overwatch for the entirety of these 6 years, has been nothing but a constant rock for this Overwatch roster throughout his time here. A little bit of switch. We saw him last year in that DPS position. He will be playing the tank role today and for the foreseeable future as our coach, the B3 Ben, there we go. He prefers Ben. Ben is our new coach this year. He played tank last year for us alongside Dragonblade X in that first early semester in the fall. So it'll be interesting to kind of see how that dynamic rolls and how that swap works for him.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this team makes their first showing, right? You said it, we have a first-year coach here, former player in B3N, or Ben, as he just likes to go by. So it'll be interesting to see how, this is new for him, it's new for the players. We have that returning veteran presence in Voidex. We also have Cherry, one of our healers, making a return. So we have the anchors, right? And now let's get into the other players, right? We've got those fresh faces we've been talking about. Starting roster tonight will be, as we said, Voidex on tank, Cherry returning to the healing position, but with the addition of Clabiella to support her in the healing position. For those of you who maybe followed us last year, or at least last semester, you may remember Clabiella from our Valorant team. Well, she is making a transition, as you now see in the bottom right corner of your screen, into a new shooter game, accompanied by TinyShiny in the bottom left there on DPS, and finally, a brand new true freshman, bottom of your screen in the middle, Flames on the DPS.
Yeah, Flames coming into that freshman role here for the team. TinyShiny, the caster turned player in Overwatch, leaving us up to dry here, trying to figure out what we're going to do with Overwatch casting. No, I'm just kidding. She's going to kill it. The Venture one-trick, the Venture Tracer that we've seen in the past. Clabiella having a good time, a duck friend on the head, and then is that what?
I'm not sure.
Is that a spatula with a smiley face? Yeah. Well, hey, I like it. I'm here for it. Everyone's having some fun. The vibes are high. Brad, of course. strictly business.
Yes, stoic as always. No, I mean, you love to see that, right? I would certainly hope to see nothing less in an opening week of a brand new team, brand new squad, and a brand new season, right? And as we move into that, right, this is NACE Varsity Plus level competition. And with that said, let's take a look at some of the teams in our bracket. In our group, I should say. We do have, and I should clarify, this graphic could be misunderstood, right? We do have Maryville, Shenandoah, names like George Mason, Blinn, College, right? Some of these are some big names. It's important to note that these are Academy squads, JV teams. So now that should not downplay the strength of these rosters, right? Maryville Academy, very strong team. George Mason's B team was very strong last year, and where I have no doubt will continue that trend. Blinn JV, also very strong, right? These are great schools and a tough group for Shenandoah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where these wins kind of pick up at. Blinn is our first matchup for today. SU versus Blinn JV. A very positive force in the esports realm, right? Especially in collegiate. Blinn has been lights out across many, many titles. So it'll be interesting to see what this Academy team looks like for Blinn and what our roster does in comparison, right? Because these are some solid rosters coming through in this group.
Yeah, and it's important to note as well that these schools, right, this goes for all levels of competition, all levels of collegiate competition, both in traditional sports and normal, that the players change, the history does not. Shenandoah and Blinn have played each other many, many times in Overwatch over the last couple years, but now brand new faces, presumably on both sides. We'll get into game here soon and really see these new faces on Blinn's side. But with that said, as we prepare to get into game somewhat soon here, we do have maps at the bottom of your screen. You will see that we have Lijiang Tower as our opening map, which I would say was what we were hoping to see.
Yeah, Lijiang Tower, definitely a tried and true control map, especially for this SU roster. All of last year, both semesters, control was Lijiang. It was nothing else, and no one else wanted it any other way. So a lot of practices happened on this map specifically. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of the twist in the meta now with all of these new heroes being released. Venture, Juno being one of them as well. The playstyle might be a little bit different than what we came to expect with that Reinhardt Symmetra, that's it. Symmetra TP flank option with that Rein, with that Shatter and stuff like that. Because, well, there's no Dragon Blade X, so the Rein, we don't know.
Yeah.
Will there be one?
It's hard to say, right? It's such a fresh face to the fresh identity to this roster, as we were so used to, seeing that bruiser comp just about every game, if not every game, last semester, last year, and the years prior. So it's hard to predict how Voidex will look on tank, right? Something so starkly different from anything we've ever seen him on. I mean, only time will tell. But as we take a look at this map pool, I do want to point out that, yes, the order will be control into hybrid, flashpoint, push, and then escort will be game 5 if we need it.
Yeah, if we need the game 5, hopefully we get that far. Well, hopefully we just go the first 3 and then we're done in an SU victory. That's the end goal here. But 5 games of Overwatch is very exciting and exhilarating to watch, especially with kind of what this meta looks like. We've seen a lot of diva with this Juno, with the hyper ring, speed up dive comp with this Venture, and just a lot of different variables kind of getting tossed into these scrappy fights that we often see now across the league.
Yeah, and I will certainly be curious to see which game modes we thrive in, right? I think that's going to be very telling for the rest of this semester and going into the future with how young this team is, sort of identifying weaknesses if we have any, right? Hey, I certainly want to be optimistic, but obviously, you know, with a brand new team in a week 1 situation, right, you want to find your problems and improve over the course of the season. That's how any level of competition works. So it'll be interesting. I know the team feels good about certain game modes like Flashpoint, they feel pretty strong about. Other game modes, not so much. And it'll be interesting to see, right? Anything can change from scrims into actual live competition. So it's all one big we'll see. That's kind of been the theme of this, right? Because all we can do right now is speculate. It's so hard to predict and talk about teams before week 1 because anything can change when the lights come on.
Yeah, I mean, this is stage play, right? This is it. This is the real deal. We've been practicing, messing with different strategies, whatnot here and there. Some work, some don't work. And now you're kind of going to be coming into your own identity. And in this competition, now you can really see like, okay, what are we really looking at to try to propel into the next level? Are we trying to play more around this dive diva comp? Are we trying to brawl more with this JQ? Are we trying to look at this Malga as well? So there's a lot of different angles, and just trying to find which one works best for you is key.
Yeah, and it's also important to note that through all of these trials and testing that in early season practices, right, we also have the variable of the roster. It's hard to say how many games, how many scrims that this roster has been able to play together, because as we said at the start of the broadcast, this roster is very deep. We have, what, 8 or 9 players, almost 2 full rosters worth of players here that have been subbing in and out at different times, which has been great, right? Developing all of the young talent that could very well be the future of this team. But yeah, finding out, you know, what truly is the strongest roster, the strongest lineup of 5 players you can have at any given moment, and the team certainly seems to believe that this is it, but that's also a question that could very well change by the end of the day, right? It's so hard. We have all these, you know, all these fresh players like Rain Dreamer and Protein Shake, as he goes by now, and HotWheels, right? We have the depth, we have these subs, and we might see them come in, probably not today, but in future competition.
And the subs are not no slouch either,
No,
right? They are even and in par with a lot of our starters that we have here today. I know Rain Dreamer, I think, is learning a lot from Brad in that tank role as well. I believe they kind of lean towards the Ramatra right now, which is a very popular hero in today's game. Very strong, good damage, good peel. Does a lot of good work for the team there. So maybe we see something like that. Although Rain Dreamer is not in, maybe Voidex pulls it out of left field, right? But we'll just have to see where that kind of sits with them.
Right, and as someone else to keep an eye on, one of the subs who may come in at a later time, who will not see it today, but also Protein Shake, right? as we know as Danny, we have 2 Dannys on the team, but he has competed, not at a collegiate level, but has competed in CSGO, right? That's, or I guess Counter-Strike as a whole, CS2, all the Counter-Strike games. So we see this theme of transitioning from other shooters. They're all coming to Overwatch, at least here, right? We have Clabiella moving from Valorant, Protein Shake moving from CS. So it'll be interesting. I know Rain Dreamer plays a lot of Rainbow Six. So, you know, these types of talents that need to develop over time, right? Flames transitioned from console Overwatch to PC Overwatch, a transition nonetheless. So these are all things to keep an eye on over the course of the semester, over the course of the year, but improvements to keep in mind and a starting point that we can launch from.
Yeah, and I believe specifically with Flames on console, I believe they were a top 500 console player.
I believe that's
so
correct.
The knowledge is there. He is good, but it's just new to mouse and keyboard. I think they said he placed gold, but in like a week and a half, he was diamond already. So he's climbing very, very fast on this mouse and keyboard. So a little bit of a transition. So I'm very excited to see where that goes. And then we mentioned Protein Shake as well. The CSGO demon, right?
Incredible player,
very
incredible
good.
CS player.
Plays a lot of hit scans, so if he comes in, expect kind of that soldier kind of position on that DPS squad for the SU team here. And then we also have HotWheels, right? The resident Lucio. Right? Lucio is the name of the game for HotWheels, and he goes real fast. And that's it. That is it. He plays Lucio, and he plays him pretty darn well.
Yeah, all great stuff that we certainly hope to get into relatively soon. But as we wait for Overwatch to get underway, we did mention at the start of the broadcast, if any of you joined a little late, we have more than just Overwatch to bring you today. We will be getting into 3 different titles, Overwatch being first, but later we will be moving into both League of Legends and Smash Bros. At the same time against... What did I say first?
I think we said Smash.
William and Mary in the Smash broadcast and Queens in the League of Legends. So we'll preview those later, but it looks like it is time to get into some Overwatch competition. Map 1, Lijiang Tower, Game 1 of the NACE Varsity Plus competition between Shenandoah University and Blinn JV.
I love this point, right? It's just so, like, simple, you know? We have a corridor, we have stairs, and we have a room for the point. It's pretty straightforward. You can't really mess that one up as we go through this fly-through of Lijiang Tower. We will be hopping into game here very shortly as we will start to see what these rosters and whatnot start to kind of look like. We do see the Reinhardt up here, TinyShiny, hovering the Widowmaker right now.
Yeah, that
Did
can't
not
be
that
right.
can't be real. I'm sure that's not
That's-
real. We see the Brig and the Juno as well, so that was expected. Now the Symmetra?
Yes.
I'm not sure what's happening here.
So a swap to Symmetra from TinyShiny makes a lot more sense with the teleport. Now switching to the Tracer, which we much more expected.
Yeah.
Diva coming out for Voidex as we start our early skirmishes and begin point number 1 on this Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, trying to go around that backside. We already see Soul here for Blinn in the thick of things. Just trying to get this peel. The Reaper going in, not able to find anything just yet. Flames, however, able to find the Juno. A huge pickup. Soul able to find the opposing Juno. Cherry falling down early, but the first fight falling in favor of SU as they cap the point.
Yes, SU taking the first point and looking for more as TinyShiny goes in deep and finds a kill of her own before blinking back to safety. Very, very well done. Fro finding himself extremely low on Cassidy, but not quite going down, and he will get healed right back up as now Blinn forced to regroup and come up with a strategy to try and break this point.
Yeah, and this is where Lucio's fun. They're not playing Lucio, but on that bridge, you get a little boop. They just fall. There's nothing they can
Right.
do. Unless you're Diva, you can fly back up, but it's very hard to do that. We see SU sitting on this point, 25% ticked over so far. Blinn not able to find an avenue in Fro, swapping over to this Cassidy, or started off with this Cassidy. A little unique take here, but Flames as well. The ultimate up and available for Voidex. Will he pop it in this fight?
Yes, another ultimate here on we see on TinyShiny as it will come out and not find any. One ult down for SU, but with Reaper healing back up, Moira ult up for Blinn as well. One ult on both sides. We'll see if either comes out. Surely enough, yes, a Moira ult comes out for Blinn, finding some healing and damage onto Voidex, who will pop his ult and try to find the Moira, but is not able to find a kill as Moira finds 2 of her own. Flames finding a kill, winning the Reaper, ditto, and now numbers advantage for Shenandoah, at least for now, as here comes the Reaper ult. It will find 1, but the Diva Absorb will eat most of that ult, and surely enough, Flames will go down.
I mean, Flames did some work there, right? Clabiella does pop the ult as well onto this retake, trying to find Soul, forced out of the point. The healing back to the Moira, but now SU able to recap that point, 63% and ticking. A great first hold and a great retake coming right out of the gate.
Yes, and 3 ults up for Blinn, but a big one up from Cherry as the Juno ult will come down. Lots of damage coming out from Shenandoah, but Reaper ult and a Diva bomb will find 3 total for Blinn JV. Shenandoah crumbling right now on the point as now Blinn will take control almost inevitably here and find some percentage of their own with a team kill, but lots of ults spent from Blinn in order to do that.
Yeah, we saw Cherry pop that orbital ray, but unable to find the kills with that 50% boost that ult does give you on the damage side. But, I mean, that was just the Reaper on Blinn, finding an angle, finding those 2 crucial backline kills, and then they couldn't do anything about it. Now the retake coming through. TinyShiny reverts back, goes on a little bit of a trip, able to find 1. The Moira goes down, Flames popping Soul out of the mech. Something that you love to see coming through. Once that Diva's out, they are very squishy, but very hard to catch. TinyShiny does go down, however.
Yes, and now Blinn JV's Soul finding himself back into his mech right as TinyShiny is down, like you said. Numbers for Blinn will make it hard for Shenandoah to find an entry, but here comes Voidex diving deep into the point, but Flames will go down quick. Now Voidex, excuse me, using his bomb will not find any with it, and Blinn is now finding all the kills they need to shove Shenandoah right back into spawn. Another team kill will mean that Blinn has 80% on this first point.
Yeah, 80% indeed. Clabiella still holding on to that big ultimate. Cherry's going to have the orbital ray here soon. Flames about to have that Death Blossom available as well. The one hard thing about this is that Voidex does not have that ultimate, a crucial spacing agent in this team comp. Soul going in, won't be able to find anything but the Death Blossom from the Reaper, able to find Cherry. Clabiella goes down as well after using that ultimate. Now we're in overtime. It is up to TinyShiny and Voidex to keep touching onto this point, waiting for reinforcements, but they aren't able to find anything. TinyShiny goes down, Soul able to find the kill. Now just Voidex, last one standing, popped out of the mech. The lowly Diva won't be able to do anything about it, but they're still able to touch. They're still going.
Yes, Clabiella switching to Lucio to sprint back to point. Both healers going down first in that last fight. Almost spelled disaster for Shenandoah, but a switch to Lucio means a last-minute stand. But will it be enough? It seems like it will not. Blinn takes point number 1 here on Lijiang Tower.
And what a stand coming through from Blinn as well. Able to find those crucial kills, especially onto Cherry before that orbital ray was able to come down in that last fight. And that really could have been the ult to turn that fight around with that boost and the healing that that ult has. It is unbelievably strong, and being able to take that off the board so early was crucial.
Yeah, we certainly saw, I mean, that was a very close point, right? Shenandoah, I believe, finished with 85% on the point to Blinn's 100, right? They controlled the point for the early stages of that round. So, not a blowout by any means, right? This could certainly go either way. We saw a lot of coordination out of Shenandoah just in those late fights. The healers going down just a little too early, and if your healers aren't there, that's almost certain doom for the rest of your team. So very well executed coordination from Blinn as we now get on to point number 2 and some early chip damage, some early scouting as both of these teams look to make a move onto the point first.
Yeah, one thing to note here, Cherry swapping off of the Juno, the Brig no longer in play. Clabiella will be piloting the Juno. Cherry onto this Ana instead. However, Blinn, first touch, first control over this point here. Cherry just barely surviving D.Va's assault. And now they try to push them back. Low health bars, blinking health bars on the side of Blinn as the Moira does go down. Moon low as well. So is the Reaper. Everyone is a sneeze away from dying. They aren't able to find the kills. TinyShiny finally finds one. Flames staying alive just barely. Voidex ult up and available. D.Va popped out of her mech. A win for Shenandoah means first cap on the point.
Yes, Blinn just spread a little too thin, right? The healing couldn't quite keep up as, I mean, it looked like it almost was. You said it, they were all so low, just clinging to life, but a little too spread out means that they all just get picked off. Brad finding 2, Voidex finding 2, excuse me. TinyShiny finding one of her own to secure the point for now as percentage ticking up once again for Shenandoah early. But TinyShiny goes down early.
TinyShiny falls to, I believe that was Moon, able to find that kill on that Juno. Voidex being able to stay alive for the time being, does have the ult up and available. Flames back to reinforce his D.Va. Voidex popped out of the mech and popped immediately. Nothing they could do about that one, opting to now fall back, regroup, wait for these ults to come back off cooldown. We almost have Pulse Bomb up for TinyShiny and Clabiella. Very, very close to that orbital ray as well. Nano for Cherry up and available. I mean, almost everything is going to be up for this next fight, and not a whole lot will be up for Blinn as of yet.
Yeah, we need to see Shenandoah maintain numbers, at least even numbers here. We can't have those early picks, but if we find an early pick of our own here, as TinyShiny goes in very, very deep with her Pulse Bomb, does not use it just yet. Looking for a good opportunity as Voidex will find one of his own, and now 2 numbers advantage in favor of Shenandoah. Make that 3 as Moira will go down, make it 4. Easy peasy point claimed for Shenandoah, and they will find themselves right back in this game.
Yeah, we saw Blinn's Reaper there trying to escape, but the Sleep Dart just nails him. Nothing you can do with that one. The cap coming through. Only 2 ults used as well on the side of SU. They still have the D.Va ultimate, the Death Blossom, the Pulse Bomb as well. But on the side of Blinn, they're going to have everything. Fro almost taken out. Wow. The Death Blossom finds one. Moon already down. Flames playing out of their mind. TinyShiny finding another. A clean fight from SU to keep the point in their favor.
Yeah, making it look easy and now forcing Soul to jump off and make work of his own life. Now staggered for Blinn to buy that little extra time for Shenandoah to just eat up this percentage. But you said it, 5 ultimates up and still none spent in that last fight as they got caught just a little off guard. Some early kills, some quick kills, not quite expecting it. TinyShiny throws the Pulse Bomb, but it will get eaten, does not get any value out of it, and here comes the Blinn aggression. Almost guaranteed decimation from Blinn, but not quite guaranteed as Voidex ult finds 2 on the return, but still. Point will move back to Blinn as they find some percentage of their own.
Yeah, ults used, TinyShiny, the Pulse Bomb eaten by Soul. Voidex able to find one and knock Soul out of the mech, but nothing to come of it as Flames had already fallen. Still 2 ults available for this Blinn squad here as we approach the 80% mark for Blinn. Shenandoah already up at 87.
Yes, Diva Mech will go down. Healing coming out for Blinn, but just not enough, as Fro will be the first to drop. Flames finding the kill on his patented Reaper, but the Coalescence ready to come out for Sadist on this Moira, and here it comes, right? Great value with all of the players lining up almost for him, but health bars are dropping for Shenandoah as Flames finds himself a mere hair away from death, looking for any amount of healing as we now force overtime. Blinn looking to put this away. A melee will do it for TinyShiny, but here comes the Diva ult for Blinn. Buying time, and Mini Diva will go down. Overtime still ticking away as one Blinn member remains on the point, and he will go down. Shenandoah taking the point back, 87%. Almost there, but not quite enough for Blinn.
And in this next fight, look at the ultimate counters. We're going to have at least 2 ultimates available for this SU squad. Diva and the Pulse Bomb up and available. Flames might even have that Death Blossom as well. Juno goes in, Juno goes down. Moon, what was that? You are the primary healer of this team and you aren't able to find any value. Flames knocks Soul out of the mech. The Death Blossom coming out as well.
Yeah, just looking at the health bars for Blinn, just tick down right as Moon dies. They're all dead. Moon still in the base from the early death will mean a point captured for Shenandoah, and we are tied on map 1, 1 point to 1.
And what a stand coming through from SU. That final fight, able to just find these scraps, pick it through. Voidex and TinyShiny staying alive for so long, able to clean up the back end of that skirmish. And then the hold as well, those ultimates, the Orbital Ray as well towards the end there coming up, the Death Blossom, the Pulse Bomb, everything was used to perfection, finding all that value. And Moon trying to go in, trying to find that contest, but just a little bit too soon, a little bit too far ahead of those frontline players. That Diva goes down, and that was crucial in that final fight.
Yeah, the desperation played not quite enough for Blinn as Shenandoah ties the series, and a teleport out of the base once again will mean that we see TinyShiny here on the Venture. A slight change, but she will go down immediately to the point-and-click Cassidy Demon. Fro finding the early kill will mean that almost guaranteed this point will go to Blinn here as it opens in 6 seconds.
Yeah, now they opened up with this Brawl comp, did not work out. TinyShiny is going to stay on this bench, but the Diva swap and back over to this Brig. Clabiella did walk out on that Lucio, opts to swap instead. We also see a Mei here for the side of Blinn. A good option in this close scored place. That Blizzard does a lot of work if it lands.
Yeah, this map is such tight quarters with this particular map being indoors compared to the other ones, finding such great value in those Mei walls, but Blinn is finding great values in their kills of Shenandoah's players as, wow, a great shot from the Mei here on Blinn JV, and sure enough, I mean, they are having their way to start as a team kill will come out, and Shenandoah looks to regroup as TinyShiny switching off the Venture back to the Tracer, which we've found value in the first 2 rounds. We'll see if it's enough here.
Yeah, Shenandoah now regrouping, coming back out of this spawn. Like you said, the swap back over to the Tracer, the tried and true. Exactly what TinyShiny excels at. TinyShiny already able to find that Mei. Now we see Voidex getting aggressive. TinyShiny Flames able to find kill after kill. 3 down. Moon, Zadis almost down as well. And the swap, it seems that's what they needed. They are able to clean through this fight. No one falling on the side of SU as they recapture the point.
Yeah, that was pretty textbook from Cherry and Voidex, right? The veterans on this team finding the dive that they needed. The full speed up from Diva and Juno to commit to killing this Mei as quickly as possible. They are able to get it as now they look to do something similar as Voidex finds a lot of damage, but no kills just yet, and it is all promptly healed back up. A Mei ult looking for value as Cassidy also lets his ult fly. Will he find any? No, he will not. 1 ult down for Blinn as now Reaper forced to teleport out, but could look to get his ult here. Will not quite get it yet. Cherry finding herself very, very low as Flames will go down still holding on to his ult, and this is looking like a massacre both directions. Bodies flying all over your screen as Voidex looks to find anything he can. He will finally go down. The point will go back to Blinn JV, and Shenandoah regroups with 2 ultimates still remaining.
Yeah, and I like Flame saving that ultimate there, right? I mean, that Death Blossom will do a whole lot of work in this later fight. And if that's blown there, you only find 1, and now you don't have it later on. That's a problem, right? So keeping that was definitely the right play. Voidex has their ultimate up as well. So does Soul. The wall coming through. Voidex trying to stay alive. Will be popped out of the mech. I believe opted to pop the ult there to try to get out of harm's way. Will be able to do so, but now that's 1 ult down. It's going to be up to Flames. The Death Blossom comes out, finds 2. Finds 3, correction. Flames, take them all out, why don't you? Flames with a huge flank, huge plays, huge kills. SU staying alive.
And what a find there after what was not an ideal start to that fight. Voidex found himself on the wrong side of the law there as he gets walled off from the rest of his team, forced to use his ult in a way that he would never ideally want to. But Shenandoah still keeping their heads up and eyes downfield, looking for a play, and sure enough, they find their window with a massive ultimate from Flames, finding 3 and wiping the team as now Shenandoah takes the point back, but still only 66%, right? A lot of time, a lot of game left to be played, as now Shenandoah will look to dive again, and they find the kill onto 1 healer. Cassidy will also go down, and we have numbers for Shenandoah as we look to push even further, push them all the way back to their base. D.Va Mech will go down. Baby D.Va looking for anything, and once again we see the stalling, forcing her to jump around and find anything now. 85% Shenandoah looking to put this away as soon as they can. 2 ultimates up for Shenandoah and 1 final stand.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb and Voidex's ultimate up and available. Cherry using the Orbital Ray in that final fight that we just saw. To perfection almost. A lot of low members. The Pulse Bomb eaten yet again by Soul. The ult up in the air from Voidex is able to find 2. Fro and Moon go down. The wall coming through as well. TinyShiny does fall. Zada's able to find some value with their ultimate. They get wiped. It's just up to Voidex. 1v2. Will he be able to do it? Flames is back off of respawn. If Voidex is able to stay alive for the time being, maybe he can have some reinforcements, but won't be able to do much. Flames is back. TinyShiny, Clabiella switching over to that Lucio. They are still able to touch, but not enough. A valiant effort in map 1 from SU. A close point number 3, but it falls in favor of Blinn JV.
Man, if this is any tell of how this series is going to go, we're going to be calling 3 games at a time later tonight because, wow, it frankly cannot get any closer than that. Point number 1 was incredibly close. Point number 2, incredibly close. Point number 3 went all the way to 99-99. So well done from both squads as we just saw that play of the game from Flames. Such an incredible effort. Very valiant try, but just not enough as we now look to regroup and adapt for game 2.
Flames is good.
I would say so.
Flames is really, really good at Overwatch.
I would say so.
I was like, okay, we're switching from console over to this mouse and keyboard, climbed really fast up into Diamond. I was not expecting this kind of firepower coming from him just yet. And man, I am so happy to see it because he is running away with this DPS role.
Right, and now that we've seen it, it does make sense on paper, right? With a character like Reaper being, I certainly don't want to downplay the skill that Reaper takes, but that aiming is a lot more simple than other characters,
That's
right?
true.
You get up close, it's shotguns. Anybody who plays shooters knows that your aim does not need to be as precise with shotguns. So the awareness to find those good ults, find the positioning, know where he needs to be, the execution takes care of itself.
Yeah.
And he certainly showed that he has the experience, the game knowledge, and all-around awareness to really be a pivotal player in this team.
Yeah, and we saw what we kind of expected coming out of this team, this dive comp, this Juno D.Va combination. They did kind of dabble with that Malga venture there for just a moment, but TinyShiny unable to find success with that venture just yet, swapping over to the tried and true Tracer that she has always played for her entire Overwatch career. I'm pretty sure on console as well. It has just been Tracer, and you can see why. TinyShiny looks very good on that hero. And really, everyone seems to be meshing pretty well together. The communication seems there. Everyone is on the same page as we look through some of these replays from this first point. I mean, they look strong. They look like they know what they want to do, and they are executing them very, very well.
Yeah, I would say if there's anything we can take away from this game on both sides, it's that the identity, the comp identity, the team identity seemed to work both ways, right? Both teams accomplished what they wanted in their heavy dives, finding picks both directions, whether it be healers, DPSs, didn't really matter. Both teams were able to single out whatever target they needed in that moment and execute, right? As we see in these later fights, right, a lot more chaotic team fights, but you know, the team identities for both sides seem established, and when Shenandoah changed off of it, I think we saw that there was not as much success, right? You said it. Right. The Venture came out very briefly, didn't feel great. Don't even bother sticking with it. She went right back to the Tracer that we found value in, and the game became very close again. So as we now prepare to take you into map 2, Blinn up 1-0 over Shenandoah, we now have our map selection in.
Kings Row is map number 2 for our hybrid mode here in map number 2. A pretty standard map that you will see picked for hybrid quite often. Another very practiced map by this SU squad, and I'm sure teams all over the country are like, all right, hybrid, what's the one map that comes to mind? It's always going to be King Row. Most of the time.
I don't mind telling you, I'm an old head in Overwatch, and I like these maps. The good old-fashioned Lijiang Tower, good old-fashioned Kings Row. Let's stick to what we know here as we prepare to move into Kings Row here on map number 2. What are we expecting? I would say more of the same, right? Our takeaway from game number 1 was that it worked. It being team identities, right? The strategy worked, the game plan worked, it worked. Stick with it. So I'm expecting to see more of this dive style, the Juno, the Diva, the probably Tracer, but we could still see a Venture come out, right? I certainly don't want to bail on that entirely. But, I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to kind of see what happens here, because you kind of play 2 modes in this. You play that control, capture the point kind of mode early on, and then once you get that one, you transition into that escort push kind of game mode, right? So there's different comps that work for these different things. So it'll be interesting to see if they kind of play one comp to get this initial cap and then back off of it and do something else when they are on that pushing side. I mean, we already see TinyShiny hovering with this Widowmaker, something that we sometimes see with this Kings Row map, right? They have that kind of window up top where you can kind of see over the entire world and try to find a pick, but looks like they're just going to back out, switch right back over into that Venture. Voidex going with this Reinhardt as well. Flames also on this Mei, not on this Reaper. A swap for him.
I do like this, right? This more up-close and personal brawler comp that we saw a lot of last year. The Reinhardt, the Mei coming out for Flames, something that we, at least, have not seen yet in our competition, but this is week 1. We have not seen much competition. Now, a quick early Mei wall finds one on the wrong side for Blinn, but now Voidex looking to capitalize, and he does find a DPS for Blinn. Fro will go down, and with Cassidy missing, that's a lot of damage now gone for Blinn JV.
Clabiella now healing up the rest of their team. Fro going down is a crucial pick, but they aren't able to force anyone off of the point just yet. Blinn doing a great job at continuing to contest this SU squad. We already see TinyShiny on the Venture, able to find Zadis as well. Voidex finding the enemy Mei and a shot. Oh my god! Voidex, what?
Wow, Voidex making his presence felt early here as he looks for more.
Whoa!
Fro could go down, but the rest of the team coming to help out. There, the Shatter will go down.
Way.
He cannot find the other one. He will go down. Look at him laughing to himself in the corner as the point will be secured. Voidex drawing all attention to himself. Wow, he has not left, ladies and gentlemen.
I know it's kind of early to pick a play of the game, but that was awesome. I love seeing that aggression. It's just like Dragon Blade X never left.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. Now, TinyShiny looking for a cheeky play of her own does not quite work out, and she will drop early. Now, Shenandoah forced to back off just a little bit and respect the numbers advantage that Blinn has found themselves with. But nonetheless, we look for any opening on either side. We take a look at ults, both healers with their ultimates for the side of Shenandoah. May, Flames having an ult of his own, but on the other side, right, effectively all ultimates up and ready for Blinn JV, and here they come. The May ults dropping. Voidex finds one, but the May for Blinn JV will find one in return. Even numbers so far as Voidex finds a second. The Moira ult will come out looking for just one more, but Cherry refusing to go down, and a relatively even fight will mean that Voidex is able to move this point up just a bit as the remaining players for Blinn JV are just a little too squishy. Now, a sleep dart found onto the Cassidy. He will go down, and Juno forced to run for her life as now Voidex finds himself in a similar situation. I feel like I've seen this show before. Chasing one player down up that staircase, but not quite this time as he will opt back to join the team and run back to safety.
I wasn't familiar with Ryan being a DPS dive hero in today's Overwatch, right? We do see Clabiella with that orbital ray up and available. Will they decide to pop it? Not just yet. Moon has it up and available as well. Just trying to play the slow game, trying to get this push up to this first point, but unable to do anything with it. Soul popping that ultimate, pushing SU back, and back. Clabiella goes down the wall as well, able to cut off multiple members of SU. Soul with a three-piece. SU pushed back off the payload.
Yeah, great synergy there from Moon and Soul to really use their ultimates together, and Soul finding so much value from the Ramatra ult. And it really looked like the healing was keeping up for Shenandoah for quite a while there, but the May wall to pin them deep will finish the job as Soul will find three of his own. An incredible play there to push Shenandoah all the way off the point and try to regain some ground.
Now we can see Voidex with a charge in, getting aggressive, trying to find his kills. Is able to find one. The May already down. The shield back up as well. Zadis able to find Clabiella in the meantime. It is going to be a 1-for-1 DPS for support. The pin coming through the wall disappears. Soul able to dodge out of that charge. The Shatter up and available will be used. Will hit multiple members of Blinn. TinyShiny able to capitalize, finding one. Flames as well. The Venture coming alive. The Shatter huge for SU.
Yeah, that was a great fight from Shenandoah. That's textbook what you want to see from this comp. These slow burn, just wail on each other for just long enough until somebody finds an opening. And sure enough, Voidex finds himself deep, pulls a full 180 and whips an Earth Shatter down onto the ground and finds three members of Blinn JV. That's exactly what Shenandoah needed to find in that moment.
Yeah, already up to that first point. 3 minutes, 10 seconds left to full tap this first rotation, this first point. Trying to find it. The Blizzard coming out as well from Flames. He will go down, but no one able to do anything off of Flames' Blizzard just yet. They will opt to retreat, not able to do anything just yet. TinyShiny does have the ultimate up and available, but that is about it for SU on that initial push. They will drop back, regroup, and go again.
Yeah, this is an awkward spot for Shenandoah, but the time is certainly in their favor, right? The 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to find their opening, and I imagine that they will. And sure enough, they do find one, but they will be traded. TinyShiny goes down. Flames finds one of his own. Soul getting slept. The Ramatra on the wrong side of a May wall. Can they finish the job? It is looking like just not quite. They do find it. Flames finds another as well, and now heavy numbers advantage for Shenandoah as this Cassidy is forced well back into his base, and he will go down. He's now staggered for so long. Flames with an ultimate as Shenandoah looks to push this point as far as they can get it. Fro almost back up, but Fro now having his ult. No, changes to Sojourn to get rid of that Cassidy ult. That's interesting to me, but 2 ults still up, about to be 3 for Blinn JV, and here they come.
May with the Blizzard going down. Voidex still has the Shadow up and available. The Orbital Ray up and available as well. TinyShiny able to find one. Soul already goes down. The Ramatra out of the way. Clabiella does go down. The Orbital Ray does come down, however, but the Voidex Shatter finds multiple. TinyShiny able to capitalize. Moon goes down. Only, I believe, a couple left standing here for Blinn. Soul off of that respawn. They're 2.65 meters away from the cap, and they aren't able to find it. Voidex finds Zadis. Voidex is still alive. What is he doing right now?
Yeah, this is the brutal part of King's Row, right? The respawn timers, the distance from spawn to payload is so short on this part of the defense, right? It did look like they might have had enough with the staggered timers and just chaos around that fight, but Blinn just kept having bodies and bodies come back into the fight and stall long enough. Shenandoah spawning too far away from the fight cannot keep up with that amount of pressure, and sure enough, Voidex, the last man standing for so long, can't quite finish the job, but still, one heck of a push from Shenandoah to get it basically at death's door as they look to finish the job here. Voidex moving his way up, the team will follow, causing chaos as Voidex does. Moira ult will come out for Blinn JV, and Shenandoah will opt to back up and buy some time. Let it die, that is fine.
Yep, SU backing up on that one now. The Shatter only 12% away. Many ultimates up and available to Nano, as well up and available for Cherry here. If they're able to find an angle, a Shatter coming through, will be able to find multiple members. Throw, the overclock comes through as well. Flames goes down, Clabiella able to answer back, TinyShiny as well with the kills. Clabiella, Voidex, everyone firing on all cylinders. It's now just the Mei remaining. The Blizzard does come out the wall as well, but won't be able to find too many members. Cherry sitting on top of that payload. The Mei, the respawns coming through. They need to try to keep them off of this point, but the contest coming through yet again. This is overtime, folks. If SU die here, they will not be able to find this full cap. TinyShiny finds 2. Soul answers back. Cherry, 1 to fall. TinyShiny and Voidex still playing out of their mind. Voidex swapping over to ball. The cap will come through. SU go the distance.
Wow, yeah, very, very well done. And again, we see the King's Row defense value as they almost make another stand, but Shenandoah keeps their foot on the gas, not letting anybody come out of the spawn and buy time. Very, very well executed. And now we swap sides as we take you back to where it all started 1 round ago. Back with what is probably going to be a widow shot from the top window, and we do it all again.
We would expect to see the Widow at least on Blinn's side. It might be a little too far away for TinyShiny to take this Widow and then have to sit on it for ultra long, unless you just go in and die and then switch and then run all the way back in after that. But it is going to be pretty much the exact same comp. We're running back this Rhine Venture composition, Flames on this Mei as well. And, I mean, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, it certainly looks like both teams sticking to their guns here as they pick mostly, if not exactly, the same comps, right? We did see the switch from Fro late to Sojourn instead of the McCree, so we'll see if they opt to stick with that decision. It certainly looked like they were getting some value out of it late, but TinyShiny did win the 1v1 in that last fight to put this ulted Sojourn down and out and win the round. But we haven't really seen enough of it to know if it's really going to be the game changer. I'm sure they're expecting it to be. Only time will tell, as now we move into round 2. Flipped sides, offense, defense. Let's do it all again.
Yep. SU just hanging back, waiting on this point. TinyShiny with a flank angle, just kind of sitting there, waiting for someone to overset the charge in. Just barely goes wide, but this Mei is in a tough spot. But still, so much damage coming through from this Blinn squad. Voidex does go down, Flames to follow as well. A great opening push coming through from Blinn, pushing SU all the way off that point. And now it looks like it's going to be a full cap right into the payload push immediately.
Yeah, that's another factor of this map, right? The first capture tends to go pretty quickly, and if you're on defense, it's a matter of how much time can you buy before they pretty much inevitably get that point. That point gets capped very, very frequently. But we're right back in it as Shenandoah got the respawns off before the point was capped. So they are back quick, and they find an early kill onto Soul. Flames finding the first kill of this fight. He will find another. Now Voidex moving up and causing havoc, opting to stay back and chill with his team for a little bit. But numbers favoring Shenandoah as they now look to charge up their ultimates. Same with Blinn JV. No ultimates really looming just yet, other than potentially a Voidex Earth Shatter coming in this next fight, so keep an eye on that.
Yeah, Shatter almost up and available, will be up and available right now. Expect to see that one come through from Voidex here soon. Will be able to land on multiple members of Blinn yet again. TinyShiny able to clean those kills up. Moon and Fro dropping Flames, getting aggressive. Voidex as well, able to clean up the back end of this fight. They're going to delay the kill there just a little bit to try to stagger it, but you would almost expect Blinn to wait for everyone to be back up and then re-engage on this next payload push.
Yeah, man, we talked a lot map 1 about the TinyShiny switching to Venture and it not looking great immediately. This has been a stark contrast.
Yeah.
TinyShiny has been all over this map and very much in control. Looking great so far as now we potentially see a flank forming as TinyShiny with 80% of her ultimate here. We'll see if they're able to find anything, as now they sure do, finding a quick pick onto the healer, going invulnerable. 3 kills go Shenandoah's way, make that 4, and ultimate's still up, only Blizzard used. And with that, Voidex is about to have his ult again, and that's 4 ults coming up for this next Shenandoah fight. They are holding down very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, Clabiella is going to have the orbital ray. The nano will be up and available. TinyShiny almost getting picked off there, but able to stay alive. Voidex almost on that shatter.
I can't help but laugh. We do have the players behind us, and I heard a very audible "oh shoot" from from TinyShiny, but she gets out with her life temporarily. Will go down to the soul. Now finding a kill of her own before she goes down. Now Voidex does use the shatter, finds a kill to return. The tank is down for Blinn JV. 1 healer is down for Blinn JV. Now forced to retreat once again. Shenandoah holding this line, this position, locking down, planting their feet in the ground for so long. 3 minutes and counting for Blinn JV to find at least a checkpoint.
That was every single ultimate used on the side of SU. Soul will have the Ramatra up and available. The pin, however, goes through. Fro is purple, but they aren't able to find the angles just yet. The sleep going on to Soul. Very pivotal. TinyShiny staying alive, finding so many kills. Flames as well, finds Moon. The orbital ray unable to be used by Blinn just yet. And now Soul just has to run away. SU, the stands, the defensive stands have been looking so good.
Yeah, the start to that fight looked so favorable for Blinn JV too. All the fights on cooldown for Shenandoah. It looked like they were going to be able to just kind of clean house, take advantage of the cooldowns, and that would be fine. But Shenandoah saying absolutely not. We are not just going to let you push us over like that. Now, Blinn JV finally getting some progress on the payload as Shenandoah looks to take a fight of their own. Flames putting the Blizzard down, but goes down promptly. An orbital ray comes out for Blinn JV. Voidex finding one of his own, Soul finding one, Moon will find one. Numbers favor Blinn JV. Voidex caught on the wrong side of a wall once again. He will go down. Fro finding the headshot with a switch to Ash, worth mentioning now, as Blinn JV finds all the kills they need. 2 minutes on the clock as they look to make this final push towards the checkpoint on your screen.
Yeah, 2 minutes left here to find this first checkpoint for Blinn. Looks like they will be able to find it, but look at these ultimates coming up for SU here. This final stand is very heavily defensively favored, right? You're so close to this checkpoint. The Blizzard does come down from Blinn. We'll be able to find multiple members. Soul going in on the Flames. Flames will fall, but TinyShiny somehow just barely staying alive will finally fall to Fro. Cherry able to answer back with a kill on to Soul. They haven't been able to reach the checkpoint yet. Still a minute 20 left to go, and now Blinn finds themselves going backwards.
Man, and again, another example of Shenandoah bending but not breaking, right? The start of that fight, not optimal, not how you'd like to see your nano get used on a Reinhardt and then promptly frozen. But Shenandoah not backing down, right? Keeping their players alive. The healing was incredible, and sure enough, Voidex is able to find an Earth Shatter, find some kills of their own, and just like that, you'd have no idea the fight started like it did. So Shenandoah, like you said, now looking for just 1 more minute of defense. Oh, but Fro on this Ash finding some great damage, and he will find 1 kill from Bob onto Clabiella. Now the healer's going down. Cherry will also go down. Fro finding a 3rd, and sure enough, that will almost guaranteed to be a checkpoint, but we will see, right? We have been proven wrong before. TinyShiny will be the last to fall, and there it is. Checkpoint for Blinn JV, but they do need to get all the way to the end. Shenandoah was able to capitalize and push this payload all the way into the base. So anything less for Blinn JV will spell a loss.
SU ultimate's almost on cooldown here. Voidex 80% away from the Shatter Flames as well, about 80% on towards that Blizzard. The wall coming up from Blinn won't be able to find anything out of it just yet. Trying to cut off Voidex there, but he does recognize it and opts not to go in. But now he does. We see the Shatter up and available, does land Flames, able to find one, will go down, but TinyShiny again on the back end, able to find 2 crucial kills. TinyShiny running through people, finds another one. Maybe that was Voidex with the charge yet again. But this is SU's defense. And this venture, TinyShiny, oh my goodness, you are looking great.
Yeah, how about it? The move from caster to player is certainly paying off. We saw the pregame interview. She said that the transition has certainly been interesting. I would say it's going pretty well. She is looking very, very good on this venture. Another flank, looking to find an early one, won't quite get it, now does find herself in trouble. She will burrow to try to get away from this blizzard, but she will inevitably go down as 3 total go down for Shenandoah. Voidex looking to buy as much time as possible with Cherry helping out. Voidex does find a charge onto the Mei for Blinn JV, and buying time he certainly is. Fro will finally find the final blow. And now, one ultimate in the hands of this Moira. One more ultimate for Ramatra for Blinn JV as they look to make this final push. This is going to come down to the wire.
Nano is available here for Cherry. Orbital Ray as well for Clabiella up and available. TinyShiny about to have their ult up again. The Nano does go out onto Voidex. Voidex goes in, Soul pops the ult. Clabiella falls, Cherry falls as well. Zetas as well finding the kill onto Voidex. The swap as well from the Mei onto this BAP for Blinn. Doing so much damage, just tearing through SU. They will find the full cap. They don't have to do it all again.
Yeah, and that's right back to the issues that Shenandoah had in Game 1. The healers were the first to go down. Clabiella ate a lot of damage from Soul on the Ramatra to start that fight. She did get her Orbital Ray out, but was not able to do much more, and Cherry was the next to go. And as I said in Map 1, both of your healers going down will spell almost inevitable doom for your team just about every time. So a tough break from Shenandoah there, as they had the position, they had the momentum to make that stop, but are not quite able to finish. And now we go to, like you said, do it all over again.
Each team will have 1 minute in total to get as far as humanly possible. I usually like to go second in these instances, right? So now you have the bar of like, all right, how far do we have to go in order to win this map? Looks like it will be SU going first, if I'm not mistaken, just like at the beginning of the game. Maybe that's just actually how they do it. That would make sense, that the person that went first initially will go first yet again. But yeah, a minute to go as far as humanly possible. TinyShiny sporting the Widowmaker, just try to find an early pick off of that upper window. It'll be interesting to see if she can grab a pick here and there. That's usually Voidex's department, but now on Rhine duty. Oh, that's cool. I like the little emote. You kind of just get to kick back and relax, right?
We're all casual, comfortable as we move into overtime here, right? No pressure from either side, surely. But we do see more of the same comp-wise, as we see the Ashe being the choice for Fro. We've seen a couple different characters out of this player, but opting for the Ashe to maintain the style of play that they had late. Now, Shenandoah moving as a unit into this room, right? Sticking together very, very well, as you would hope to see from a Reinhardt-type comp, as now they do lose their healer once again. Soul finding an early kill. Zetas will find the other healer, and sure enough, TinyShiny will go down, and Voidex finding one of his own, but will not be enough as Shenandoah looks to regroup and again make a first move onto this point quickly.
Yeah, I mean, SU trying to use that corridor, that little hallway to get around to try to find this back end, but we were unable to do so. Now we're going to go into an overtime matchup if they can make it on to this point, but no one is touching. No one was able to make it in time.
Wow.
Now all Blinn needs to do is find the cap, and they win map 2.
Yeah, and I'll be the first to admit I already was in a mentality that that was a normal round. We only had a minute. That first fight not going well was catastrophic for Shenandoah. So now they need to dish it right back. They need to lock down for this 1 point, which I just said earlier, this map is generally understood to be pretty easy to take.
Right.
So all the momentum in the world certainly favoring Blinn JV. If they're able to take this point quickly, they take round number 2 and take a 2-0 lead in the series, moving to Flashpoint.
Yeah, and we saw earlier on in this map specifically, Blinn did take this map, or this point, very fast.
Yes.
Right? It was one fight and done. SU was just incredible on the defensive side of their defense, on that push, the payload push there. And now we see a lot of stuff switching up here for the SU side. Voidex on the Mauga, Flames, the Reaper, TinyShiny back onto that Tracer. Clabiella, Lucio, Cherry onto the Moira. The entire team comp has completely changed. No one is the same.
Yeah, this is very interesting, right? The Mauga coming out for Voidex, really committing to the short-range crowd control domination, right? We need to clamp down, plant your feet in the ground for 60 seconds and no more. So we will see if the comp change will pay off. Only way to find out is to watch it happen, as we see lots of aggression, lots of speed come from Blinn as they lead the base. Shenandoah very spread out already, looking to find a pick onto the Mei, and they do. Flames will find the final blow. TinyShiny finding another. Health bars are dropping, but not hitting 0 for Shenandoah. The healer's keeping up very, very well. Voidex will find a kill of his own, and just like that, we're halfway through the round. Shenandoah makes one stand. They're gonna need to make one more to force this game to go on even longer.
I mean, that was 30 seconds off the board already for Blinn. They have one final shot, but I mean, that was Flames and TinyShiny just finding these angles immediately. Voidex going in. Moon goes down yet again. Flames is finding all of the angles. TinyShiny as well, able to get out of it. Flames does go down.
Yeah, still 4-4 here. Only one player down for both sides, but TinyShiny does find a pick onto the DPS. They will trade as well. Voidex finding a kill onto the mech. He will engage. We are now in overtime. Both teams looking for any shred of an advantage. Reaper teleporting out. The Reaper will find a kill onto the healer. Cherry fighting for her life. She will go down. Healers are out for Shenandoah, and all 5 players are alive for Blinn JV. Overtime still ticking as Blinn's progress on the point will also start ticking. Soul on this Diva finding lots of value. The Reaper ult will come out for Blinn JV, and they look now to wipe the board. Shenandoah dies all across, and they will lose the point, lose the round, and go down 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, I liked what I saw though, right? I mean, that was a very, very close map. And in that those final touches, TinyShiny and Flames just barely got caught on the wrong end of some of these shots. Mauga, Voidex staying alive for quite a long time, but like you said, the healer's going down as well. All that sustain was tossed out the window. They tried to do their best, but unable to hold through that first tick of that point. But man, that was close.
Yeah, these games have been so close, and it is relieving to take a look at these players and see not defeated faces, right?
Yeah.
It can be so hard to look at. Well, okay, I guess I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, maybe a little defeated for Clabiella.
No, it's so easy to come out of 2 games like that and just be exhausted. And you can't help but feel just like you're doing everything you can, and that it's going so close, it's going so well until it's not. But these players certainly look to me like they're staying in it, staying healthy mentalities, positive mentalities, as we look to move, as now Shenandoah will need a reverse sweep in this series to take it home.
Shenandoah teams do like Game 5s. If we take anything from our Rocket League side, Game 5s is a very doable and real thing in our esports program, right?
Yeah.
So maybe this is a reverse angle. Flashpoint is the next one up for us today, this evening. We do not know what the map is going to be just yet, but Flashpoint is something that the team said they're pretty comfortable on. They think that this might be their best mode that they have in this series.
Yeah, we have the pleasure of being in the same building as these Shenandoah players and coaches, or coach in this case. So we get to talk to these people before the series and see, where they're feeling their strengths are, where they're not so strong. And the general consensus was Flashpoint's where it's at.
Yeah.
For this roster, right? This is where they're going to feel their most comfortable, and if they're going to take a win, it better be here. And now, just looking at the series, it has to be here. So we will see how Flashpoint goes. We will be sure to take you into it as we now do get the reveal here, as Blinn is up 2-0. New Junk City will be the pick for Flashpoint.
New Junk City, a very highly played map, right? I believe it's this one, or I can't remember what the other one is called. But it's a very colorful one. It's kind of like in that cool, like, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's very colorful, very cool. But New Junk is something that a lot of teams practice just on the regular, right? Something that we've played a lot for sure. So yeah, I like this map pick coming out. And we'll just kind of have to see if they go more in this speed kind of dive column with this D.Va, with this Juno, or if they stay with this Reinhardt, because it looked really, really good in map 2.
Yes, yeah, certainly a lot of positive signs from both sides. We've been saying it a lot through this broadcast, but truly, the strategies have been working. And before we get you into game here, I do want to remind you that if you've been around since the start of the show, you'll know that we're not just covering Overwatch here. And if you take a look at your watch, it is 8:03. So our Smash teams and League teams should be starting their competition fairly soon, and we will be sure to keep you up to date on any action that takes place there. But with that said, let's get ready to move into map number 3 here for our Overwatch series, as we will be moving, like you said, to New Junk City for Flashpoint. And here we are, right? Last stand for Shenandoah. They need 3 in a row to take this series.
Yeah, the first point, fly through. The pit of doom, I like to call it, because if you're in that, you're dead. You will just not be able to do anything, really. You kind of go in, you cap the point, and then you kind of play a ring around the rosy on the outside of that first point. And the fun thing about Flashpoint is that there's 5 unique points, right? And the first one is always the same, but everything else after that, who knows? You have no idea where you're about to go, so it's nice to be able to think on your toes, play on your toes, and be like, all right, we need to rotate now. This is where we're going, because it's just fast paced. It's fast paced and high action when you come into these Flashpoint modes.
Yeah, I certainly hope we will get to see more of this TinyShiny venture, right? I mean, it certainly seemed to me like the team was getting so much value out of these heavy dives and early kills, random invincibilities and stuff. So I hope we'll get to see more of that, but we also saw the value in the Tracer pick, so I wouldn't be surprised. It's going to be hard to tell, and we'll see where the team decides that the value is. But in terms of tanks as well, right, we saw the strong engage from Mauga there to start the overtime for Shenandoah. Unfortunately, it did not play out in the end, but as we take you back, as the players are taking a quick break, we will get you into game here as soon as we can. Oh, timeout, excuse me. Oh, yeah, we're in a timeout. I guess that's kind of what I said. Yeah, players are going to take a quick break. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see, really, I guess, all of these players. It's hard to single out one role in particular and try to predict who they're going to play, because we've seen variation all across the board.
Yeah, and I like the timeout here, right? You're down to a very, very close first 2 maps, right? Just take a breather, you know, get some fresh air. The beauty of our arena is that we can just leave and there's air, really nice fresh air on the other side of that door as they come back in. High hopes, and yeah, I mean they've looked really, really well. I hope they're not beating themselves up, because they have looked very, very good.
Yeah, and as we show you just some examples of how they have looked very good, right? We see the value on these tank picks, right? Voidex really commanding the offensive side of this hybrid map, but I mean, we saw it the other direction too. From Sol on this Ramatra had some crazy moments, finding triple kills, 4 kills at some points. But I mean, look at the kill feed. Even just then, TinyShiny finding these picks, finding random kills that just are so hard to predict, and that value is crazy. That's something that should not be understated. So I certainly, again, I've kind of said it enough. I certainly hope we get to see more of that, but we will see.
Yeah, I mean, the venture has looked super, super nice. TinyShiny as well on this Tracer has been looking pretty smooth, pretty clean, and pretty aggressive on that pick. And Flames as well, continuing to surprise, because going into this, I was like, okay, Flames, pretty sure he plays Reaper. Definitely plays Reaper, as we saw
I would say so.
in these first 2 maps. But then this May as well coming out. I didn't know this was in his wheelhouse, and it's been looking really, really good. The ice school shots connecting from afar, and the Blizzard placements and the Blizzard timings as well have looked very, very positive for this SU squad. So there's a dual threat right now in this DPS spot for SU.
Yeah, and shout out to first-year coach Ben, right, for really finding a way to put this all together. We talked before the series, we've talked during the series. A lot of these players are brand new to the game. Well, not to the game, but new to competition.
Yeah.
And finding a way to really bring these players together, these very unique backstories of how we got to be to this level of play, finding a way to make it all work. It has been working at times, and the series score looks deceptive, but equal shout out to Blinn JV, right? This is their week one just as much as it is ours, and they are finding ways to win, finding ways to succeed with their own comps, which have been similar to ours, but finding an identity of their own, establishing their strengths, and really capitalizing on it.
Right, and yeah, this is week one, just like you said. There's a lot of room to grow. If this is like the first iteration that we're seeing of this squad in week one, week two, I'm very excited to see how much this team grows, where they can develop, and who they hold a candle to, right? Because this is kind of the first kind of test of where we sit in some of these standings, and right now, it's looking like it's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, and we walked you through early on in the broadcast as well. The group for our players is not easy.
Yeah.
Right, we see the Maryville Academy, the GMU Academy teams. These are strong rosters. So for Blinn JV or Shenandoah, whoever ends up coming out on top of this series, starting 1-0 is a beautiful thing. And as I like to say, the best part about being 1-0 is having the opportunity to compete and be 2-0.
Yep.
So you only get to do that if you walk away with a win in this series. But as we move into map 3, New Junk City, Shenandoah will need 3 in a row, or will Blinn JV be able to take one of the next 3 and take it all home for themselves, moving to 1-0 on the season? Time will tell, but we are preparing to get into game, and we hope you'll stick with us to watch it all.
Yeah, a reverse sweep angle is on the table for SU. That's the only way they can do it and walk out of here with a win.
Reverse sweep alert.
We woo, indeed. Why'd I do that so slow? We woo, we woo.
I don't know. I'm having too much fun here.
We
We're
are
going to
having
get like a
some fun.
graphic of, we're down 2-0. Here comes Shenandoah. As we now
That would
see,
be fun.
yes,
That would be
we see the movement speed for Blinn JV coming straight out the gate. If there's a wee woo we're hearing, it's Blinn JV's movement speed as they bolt to the point to get an early start on this map. But Shenandoah certainly doing it no less as we see the switch to Junker Queen and Kiriko for Shenandoah.
Yeah, Cherry Kiriko is nothing to scoff at whatsoever. Very, very good on that hero. Voidex as well on this JQ. Very strong. Flames already in the thick of it. Able to find one. Voidex finding another. It's JQ versus JQ. I mean, they went to New Junk City, so it only makes sense that you play Junker Queen, right? But Flames able to find 3 in a row. Flames. I'll just say it, Flames.
Man, yeah, he's playing great, and that's so exciting to see. The game sense is absolutely there. This is a very, very strong player that, like we said, placed top 500 on console. So he knows the game, he understands the competitive aspect of this game. It's just a matter of pulling it all together and using a different controller in the form of a mouse and keyboard. But we see fight number 2 breaking as the Junker Queens start smacking each other around. Voidex looking to get an advantage for now, but Soul able to fall back, but
Everyone's purple. Everyone is purple.
Everyone is purple. Soul falling back for healing and cannot find it. They will eventually go down as Moon also goes down on the Juno. Numbers for Shenandoah as they do still have a healer, but the point is ticking up 60% already on point number 1 for Shenandoah, and this is what we expected, right? We talked to the teams. They said that we talked to the team. They said they love Flashpoint, and that Voidex on the Junker Queen is a heck of a power pick, a pocket pick for him. And we're seeing that value now as he's able to get much more damage. And here comes Flames, finding 1. TinyShiny finds 1. Flame ult finds 2 total. Voidex finding the remaining 2. And a team wipe to take point 1 commandingly in favor of Shenandoah.
And that is point 1. And folks, this is where Red Zone begins. We just got word that our League of Legends draft has been completed. So we might be taking a look at that here shortly. Maybe yes, maybe no. But I think we might stay on this Overwatch angle thus far. We might break down draft just a little bit later when they hop into game. But It's coming, folks.
Yes.
Red zone is coming.
The games are starting as we now see a TinyShiny engage. Pulse Bomb comes out and finds none. But as Ben said, we will make sure that you miss none of the action. Draft has finished for League of Legends, and they will be looking to move into Game 1 here soon. But back to the Overwatch action on your screen. Fro is able to find 2. A headshot both ways, but Shenandoah finding 4 kills in the blink of an eye to return the favor. Just like that, a team kill once again, and Shenandoah looking like a reborn team in this game mode.
Yeah, I mean, this JQ for Voidex is unkillable thus far. I mean, there's not much you can do when Shenandoah is clicking this much right now on this flashpoint. And frankly, TinyShiny swaps back over to this Venture off the Tracer now, so a little bit of a swap there, but we already saw that work out in map number 2, so I would expect a little bit of the same to come through as well. Moon trying to keep JQ alive, Soul able to stay standing, Flames still alive as well. Cherry does have the Kitsune up and available. Wow. Zeta's able to find 1. Voidex falls Cherry as well. The Kitsune, I don't believe was popped. Maybe it was, but they weren't able to find the angles. The Kitsune did go down. A huge ult off the board.
Yeah, I wasn't able to tell what happened. I was watching the health bars at the top of the screen, and I felt like I blinked, and Voidex's health got fried.
Yeah.
So, not sure. I couldn't tell if he was just out of position or what happened, but a great team effort there from Blinn JV to focus their fire onto one target and eliminate what seems to be the biggest problem so far in this game in the form of Voidex's JQ. But now we do see Clabiella able to use her orbital ray, but finding a kill from Cherry to finish the job, and the tank goes down for Blinn JV again. It's worth mentioning that the point was capped by Blinn JV as well there, so it is 60% to 60%, and Blinn JV finding all the kills they need there, finding a effectively team wipe, as now Cherry will be the last one to go. They stall it out to stagger the team. 75% ticking on the point could mean that this one might go their way if Shenandoah is not able to run to the point now and contest.
Yeah, and that's just Fro going off, right? The overclock popped, able to find 2 kills immediately. I believe it was TinyShiny and Cherry that they were able to find. And now they will just concede that second point, find this rotation over to this third point, have that first touch, have that first kind of positioning around this one. TinyShiny does swap back over to this Tracer, and Clabiella swapping as well over to this Brig. Not something that we've seen here in this map just yet.
Yeah, interesting swaps from TinyShiny, switching between the Venture and the Tracer, right, trying to find a window on either one. Flames ult is now up, same with Voidex. Voidex taking a lot of damage, though, to start this, as he will get healed back up. But we also see a swap from Soul to D.Va here, as now that could mean a lot of issues for this Reaper ult if he decides to use it. But he doesn't even need it, as he finds a kill of his own. Voidex finding 3, and huge numbers, a strong start for Shenandoah to take the early points, early percentage on this point.
Yeah, I thought for sure Flames was about to ult that, right? Everyone was in that little corridor, the Death Blossom still up and available. But this is the kind of patience that you see with these very knowledgeable players. He walks in and was like, all right, I might not need to ult here. We have a lot of damage on the way, and frankly, saving this crucial ultimate is probably something that you want to look at doing instead. We'll be able to stay alive. Soul getting chunked out. I mean, Flames playing incredibly aggressive. The Kitsune Rush does come down. Still holding on to that Death Blossom is Flames. Zeta's very, very low. Will finally go down. Cherry, the kunai will strike true. And now they are getting pushed back. Fro drops, Reaper drops as well. I mean, this is just domination thus far in this flashpoint.
Yeah, this has been so awkward because Flames has been sitting on this ult for so long, but he can't use it because of the D.Va, right? The D.Va can just stare at him and absorb the entire ultimate. So he's standing there shooting like, we can't use my ult until this D.Va's dead.
Yeah.
But Shenandoah making the argument, well, we don't even need it to win,
Yeah.
you know, right? We can just kill them anyway. So Shenandoah looking very, very strong on this point, as now we do have a stall. Blinn JV finding their way onto the point to force overtime, not quite giving up just yet, and now Clabiella will go down. So Shenandoah at a disadvantage and now down 3. Woo. TinyShiny finds one of her own, but it would take just about a miracle to take this point back, as Blinn JV makes a very strong push last second on this point, and sure enough, it will be a Blinn JV cap, and still sitting on ults for Shenandoah, but just just too awkward of a situation, right? It's hard to say that they should have used them at any point because you just can't with that diva there.
Yeah, and 3 ults still up and available means that this next fight is likely to go SU's way if they are used to perfection. Flames has been holding on to that Death Blossom for oh so long. The charge coming through as well. Many people at Purple. Zetas goes down. Moon as well. Fro to follow. They just fried everybody with one ultimate. Voidex found all of them. 4 members fall. Soul escapes with their life. The cap coming through 2-1 now on this flashpoint in favor of SU.
Yes, and now as we look to rotate, when we have a moment to breathe, I did make you a promise that we would keep you updated on the other games. Our League of Legends team here at Shenandoah has started their first game. They are currently down 3-0, but we will keep you up to date on that action as we now keep our attention on Overwatch for now, as this could be, if Blinn is able to take the next 2 points, could be the end of the Shenandoah series here in Week 1. But we will keep you up to date on all the games being played in this arena right now as we look to have yet another fight in this Flashpoint game. Flames finds one, Fro finds one, Zetas find one. Numbers favor Blinn JV, but Flames was able to use his ult, didn't find one there. Fro in his, using his right click, to find 2, and sure enough, fight number 1 will go in favor of Blinn JV as Fro looking very, very hot on this Sojourn, finding all the kills he needs, all the final blows, all the headshots, as Sojourn does so well.
Yeah, TinyShiny holding on to that pulse bomb as well. Just trying to find this angle. I'd only assume onto Fro to take out that Sojourn. If that one sticks, that Soj will be smoke. But unable to find the angle, opting to hold on to that instead. Voidex getting aggressive, pushing through, able to find one. It's Moon that goes down instead to the pulse bomb. Voidex, however, and Flames, TinyShiny, all 3 low in their health bars. Soul getting aggressive, going on to Cherry. Cherry somehow still staying alive, popped out of the mech. Never mind, that is an ultimate ability, able to find one. Voidex goes down. Soul able to find the tank and keep SU's push at bay.
Yeah, great stand there from Blinn JV to now rack this point up to 75%, and if they're able to take this, we're going all the way to 0.5 on the map that Shenandoah has looked so strong on, right? These fights, so many of these fights have gone Shenandoah's way, but Blinn JV finding wins in the important fights, right? Finding ones that matter and really taking a commanding 0.4 there as we now move to what could be the end of this series. If Blinn JV is able to take this point, we go to point number 5, map number 3, Blinn JV looking to put it away.
Yeah, 2-2 now in this Flashpoint map. It'll be up to Voidex, Flames, and TinyShiny to find this damage. 3 ultimates up and available right now for SU2 on the side of Blinn. We already see them go in. The Death Blossom popped, finds no one. Voidex able to find 2. Clabiella able to clean up 1 on the back end as well. Everyone goes down for Blinn. Zetas escaping with their life just barely. But that is the fight you want to see coming through from SU. Only 1 ultimate use. Clabiella, TinyShiny still having theirs available, and Flames about to have that Death Blossom back up and available.
Yeah, I was just about to say, that's almost exactly the start that you would like to see if you're Shenandoah, right? The Blinn JV Reaper using his ultimate there and finding 0. That's a big ultimate that might not come back up before the end of this point. If Shenandoah is able to clamp down now, that's a massive blow to Blinn JV, as now Shenandoah does have 2, now 3 of their ultimates, and 1 comes out. The Pulse Bomb will not find, but Voidex claws 1, Cherry finds 1 of her own. Zetas will find the kill onto an ulting Flames. Now, as Shenandoah looks to find any advantage they can, looking for heals, Clabiella finds 2, but Soul will take down a healer for Shenandoah. So, a very, very back and forth fight here as they now look to finish off this remaining Blinn JV player to force Soul back, and that's a massive stagger there, as this point is all the way up to 90% already.
Yeah, Clabiella still has an ultimate. Voidex just about 20% away from theirs, but will they be able to make it back in time?
No, they don't make it.
They take map number 3. It won't be a sweep. SU staying alive.
Yes, our dream has come true. We will be casting 3 games, Ben. We're going to bring you all the action here from the Shenandoah Esports Arena as we now move to some League of Legends action. As we do come in at, unfortunately, a tough time as Queen's University is up 9-0 over Shenandoah.
About a 5K gold lead in favor of Queens thus far. I like the comp coming through from both sides, right? Jhin and Jinx, very powerful ADCs in the meta right now. You can see the power put on display there, especially with that Melio, that extra range that the Cozy Campfire gives you. Does a lot of work. Jinx already has some pretty good range with the Fishbones, but with that extra added assistance, it does a lot of work. The Malphite top as well, a nice safe pick there for Trypophobia. The newest player to the game, only has been playing for, what, I believe, a month and a half, 2 months maybe in this game, and he's been growing a lot. He's been looking good, getting better every single day, and I love to see it.
Yeah, we haven't had many opportunities to talk about the other teams, right? So far this broadcast has covered mostly the Overwatch squad, but a lot of our teams are in pretty similar situations to the Overwatch squad in the sense that we've got some new players. We've got fresh faces here, as college competition tends to do. So we have one returning player for the League of Legends roster, and it is the jungler Kangaroo Feet. Every other name on your screen is new, with a niche exception in the bot lane. You may, for those of you who may be die-hard Shenandoah fans, as I will come back to this in just a minute, we do have a fight here in the mid lane as the Anivia looking to put away Syndra. She will flash out to safety. For some die-hard Shenandoah fan, man, I can't talk. Nautilus finds a hook. They look to find any engage, but a well-placed Jinx trap will mean that Kangaroo Feet is not able to capitalize. I'm going to try this a 3rd time. For those of you who may be die-hard Shenandoah fans, you may recognize Empro down in the bot lane on this Jhin pick. He used to be the top laner many years ago, as Sejuani is able to find an ult engage onto a very low-health Syndra, who probably should have just recalled, but looking for a little extra and will pay for it. But yes, very brand new players here from Shenandoah, but an exciting new roster as we have young talent coming to the scene.
Kangaroo Feet just clearing that mid wave there, picking up a few minions, as you saw. The mid laner for SU going down. But now it's just a rotation over to the Grubs. Early Grubs is something that you love to have, right? It looks like it's going to be all 6 in favor of Queens. Levavane goes down in the mid lane there from that Glacial Prison. But nevertheless, down 10-0 on the kills right now as we take a little bit of a gander on the draft here. I believe this is probably in draft order. Oh, no, this is after. Yes, this. Nope. All right. This is after
this
swaps.
is the draft. So we see the bans coming out from both sides, right? Pretty stock standard bans. We see a Vladimir, a Quinn, and a Zac ban from Shenandoah. We do know that Queen's University's top laner is a very, very strong Quinn player. So no surprise there as we see a look to engage here from Shenandoah, layering their CC well, starting with a Nautilus ult. But can Jhin keep up with this Jinx damage? It's looking like not quite, as the Super Mecha Death Rocket will come out. A great dodge there from Empro to stay alive. This Jinx is a little overextended, but it will not matter. The additional auto attack range from Melio and Fishbones will mean that that gets the additional auto attack before Jin's 4th shot. Now, we do take you back into some map number 4 Overwatch action. Shenandoah staying alive on map number 4, which will be push on Bucio.
Yeah, it's going to be push indeed. Voidex playing Zarya this time around. It's going to be flames onto this Ashe as well. And that's pretty much the only change that we see thus far. Flames almost getting taken out. Fro Soul over onto the Sigma as well. So a little bit of some change in the DPS and this tank options, but nothing really happening coming from it just yet. However, we do see Blinn pushing very strong with this robot, already almost 60 meters through off of this initial first push.
Yes, and we also see the Dragon going down in favor of Queen's University back in the League of Legends game. Levavane finding herself with just a smidge of HP, and a Sejuani sliding from off screen will finish the job as Queen's University is laying it on Shenandoah right now, taking a commanding lead of this game. But back to Overwatch, we take a quick peek as, let's see, we've got 2 ultimates up, about to be 4 ultimates up for Blinn JV. But meanwhile, lots of ultimates well on their way in favor of Shenandoah as we now look to fight once again. Soul finding an early pick onto TinyShiny will mean that the damage coming from Shenandoah will drop drastically. Flames also goes down. Voidex is the third to go, and with only healers remaining, that will spell trouble for Shenandoah. This push map is almost over already. This look at the objective. They are rolling through this map at lightning speed. They're looking to make one final push probably as we do take you to full screen into the Overwatch game for what could be the end of this game.
With Bob coming out from Flames, unable to find the kills just yet. TinyShiny swapping over to Tracer. Throw does go down. Voidex finding one as well onto the Mei. Clabiella with the orbital ray will fall. The push still in favor of Blinn thus far, getting contested by members of SU. But so far, they're just trying to buy time, waiting for their tank to return. TinyShiny able to find another kill onto Moon. And now the swap off of the Zarya into this tried and true Reinhardt composition. Looks like they finally have some momentum in their favor.
Yes, Shenandoah now finally gets the chance to really cement themselves into this game and settle in, find a game plan, and see what happens, right? We have 2 ultimates, about to be 3 with Shatter coming up very, very soon. TinyShiny taking some early damage, but healed promptly back up as Flames finds himself in a little bit of danger. Also not quite dead just yet as Earth Shatter will come out, and it looked like it maybe found one, but not enough to finish the job as TinyShiny finds there, looks for a pulse bomb, also does not find any. So a tough fight so far from Shenandoah, but at least no deaths for Shenandoah as they do actually find 2 kills of their own. Flames finding 1, Voidex finding 1, Clabiella finding the 3rd to make it so that Shenandoah has numbers. I've been saying it a lot, numbers matter in Overwatch quite a bit, and especially in a game mode like Push where all of these seconds matter so much permanently. Like it's the push robot doesn't lose progress, so all of these ticking seconds, all of these moments that you have that robot pushing matter so much. But we see a duel coming from the 2 tanks, and Voidex will come out on top of that one with a little help from a nano, means that Voidex finds 3, Clabiella finds the 4th, and Voidex gets 4 kills to wipe the floor with that fight as they get a checkpoint of their own. And just like that, this game is much closer than it started.
Yeah, Flames almost back up with Bob, about 10% out from that one. We are in double box here for you. We see Levavane trying to stay alive, but unable to do so just yet. The Anivia, the ult back off of cooldown, the egg able to save the day as now we look back towards this Overwatch side of things. Flames now has Bob up and available. Soul and 3 members on the side, almost all 5 members on the side of Blinn will have their ultimates up and available as we now full screen into League of Legends.
Yes, a Rift Herald charging down the mid lane will mean that an inhibitor has been broken. 17 minutes into the game with a kill score of 1-20. Queens in full control of this game as now pushing all 3 lanes. We'll take you back to a quick double box as we have a fight breaking out in Overwatch in the neutral zone. The robot transitioning between places, but 4 members of Shenandoah down will mean that this robot will be sprinting to finish the game for Blinn University, for Blinn College, excuse me. But not quite yet, right, as Shenandoah will be able to respawn. This game is not over. We will see if Shenandoah now with 2, about to be 3 ults, can make a stand and push this robot all the way back.
Yeah, Voidex will have Shatter up and available. TinyShiny with the Pulse Bomb as well. Clabiella about to have this Orbital Ray up and available. Moon does go purple, but won't be able to take any damage. Sherry finds 1. Flames as well with the other. The Shatter still up and available for Voidex. Will opt not to use it, will charge instead, pins Bob out of the way. Voidex just barely staying alive, and that's just the DPSs on the side of SU doing some crazy work.
Yes, and it looks like we may be having some technical difficulties with the League of Legends game, but we will certainly keep you posted with any developments happening there. Queen's University in full control of that one, but we will let you know whatever the result of that may be as we take you full screen to what
Shatter
could be the end of this Overwatch game, as now Shatter finds 2 flames able to finish the job. A pin nicely placed from Voidex is able to find another kill onto Fro, and Shenandoah planting their feet, not out of it just yet, as they now once again making a push to potentially take the lead here pretty soon.
Pulse Bomb still available here for TinyShiny. Cherry with the Nano, and Flames is about to have this Blizzard up and available. If they can stay alive, they will be able to do so. Breaking through that wall, saving their tank. Voidex able to stay alive, getting pushed back. The Nano, will it be used? Not just yet. Will go down as they hit their button. Zetas, Fro, able to find the kills in return. Only 6 meters behind where Blinn has finished their push. Flames uses the Blizzard as well. Now it's just Cherry's Nano that is up and available.
Yeah, tough beat for TinyShiny, but we do have back to a double box as now Queen's looking to put this away. Another kill in favor of Shenandoah means that they are now only down 22-2, but still a pretty negligible difference, as now Queen's is just laying it on. A 20-minute mark has elapsed, but it's looking like this game will end very soon. Empro able to find a shutdown, so that is money in the 80 carry's pocket, but a tank running him down under his own Nexus Tower, and minion waves pouring in from all directions will likely mean the end of this game for Shenandoah. Game 1 should be going to Queens here as they move now on to the Nexus itself. With Grubs, damage, many minions, Shenandoah making a last-ditch effort to respawn and get as many kills as they can, but the Nexus will fall. Game 1 goes to Queens. We take you back to a double box here as, once again, Shenandoah fighting for their series lives here on this push map.
Yeah, and the push in favor of SU thus far. Shatter is up and available, will be used. Finds multiple members. The Blizzard not available. Flames just barely staying alive. TinyShiny able to find the kill onto the Bastion as well, but forced off. Clabiella does use the orbital ray. Soul able to find one onto Flames. Cherry getting chunked, barely staying alive. Soul, it's up to you to try to find the kill. Still in the mech, will be able to find the angles. Voidex does go down, but with 30 seconds left, they might still have the opportunity to have one last touch. We will have many ultimates up and available. TinyShiny, Pulse Bomb just came up. Flames 1 second away from that Blizzard, and Cherry does still have that Nano. So they have all the tools to find this fight, whereas on the side of Blinn, they'll only have likely 2. It'll be Zetas ultimate as well as the orbital ray from Juno.
Yeah, you also have the added factor of the clock here. We're going to be moving into overtime as TinyShiny gets spotted. She will start the overtime, but it could be in some serious trouble here as Tracer finds some massive damage onto TinyShiny, but she will stay alive. Now Tracer finding a kill onto Flames instead, and the Shenandoah health bars are ticking down. Voidex the only one remaining, and now disaster strikes for Shenandoah. Blinn is putting this one away. Overtime will tick down, and push will go in favor of Blinn JV, and with that, the series will also go Blinn JV's way. 3-1, a very well-played series as we take a look at our players. A tough week 1 start, but very, very strong showing.
Yeah, I mean, an incredibly close game 4, right? I did not think push was going to be as close as it was based on just how that started. It was 128-0. And then it ends 128 to 122 meters. I mean, SU swapping off of that Zarya onto that Reinhardt comp yet again. It just works. It has just been a positive force for this SU squad over the years. And just barely unable to use those last ultimates in that fight really hurt them.
Yeah, it's such a tough break. We did see the Pulse Bomb get eaten, the frame that TinyShiny died in that like second to last fight, and just that very last fight happening in the blink of an eye, right, with the overtime having to be a factor, and TinyShiny being spotted just before the fight, before they wanted to start the fight, and those little advantages matter quite a bit. So, an unfortunate break for Shenandoah's first week 1 competition, but we have 2 more Shenandoah competitions coming at you today. As we did take you into some League of Legends action, we should be getting some Smash Bros action pretty soon here. We will keep you up to date on that. But League of Legends now. Let's pivot away from Overwatch as they lose their week 1 match. League of Legends, like I said, sort of as we were bouncing between games. We haven't had much time to talk about these players, but these are pretty brand spanking new players, right? Including, like you said, Trypophobia in the top lane, who is new to League of Legends as a whole.
Yeah, and this game's been out for, what, 14 years?
Yeah, coming up on 15 years.
So there's a lot of stuff to learn,
I would say so.
And having to learn all of 14 years of a game, closing in on 15 years in 2 months, that's a lot of information, right? There's a lot to learn, and he has been doing a great job of doing so. And props to the coach, Gavin, as well, able to help out a lot with the development of a lot of these new players.
Yeah, it's been very fun to see, and we also have the return of M-Pro now moving down to 80 carry. The return of Kangaroo Feet from last semester. In the jungle, a still very strong presence on this team, arguably one of, if not the best player on the team. So certainly someone to keep an eye on as we move into Game 2. So we'll keep you up to date on that. We also have our Smash Bros roster, who will be competing tonight against William and Mary, a very familiar opponent to the Shenandoah Smash Bros squad, as we now take a peek into who this squad I'm talking about is. We have AyeJay, the Falco player, Igloo, the Yoshi player, Kipp, the Pac-Man, and finally, the return of Willy and the Showdows.
Yeah.
Very, very exciting roster on your screen right here.
Yeah, and very, very good subs as well. We've seen David in action for Game Mason this last week, and they performed. Right, they won the whole dang thing, right? The last 3 years, they had second place against GMU, and then this year, finally, off of the back of Willy's 8 stock with Terry, bring it all the way back to win the entire thing. SU, this roster is clicking right now.
Absolutely, they're ramping up more than we've ever seen them. Smash Bros has been one of our strongest games in this esports program as a whole, and I would say that they've only gotten better in the 3 years that I've been here, right? This team looks so good, and a perfect example of that was, like you said, just a few days ago, over the weekend, Smash Bros at Shenandoah was able to take Game Mason against the home team GMU in a miracle run from our anchor player Willy on his Terry. A very, very well played series. So well done. So exciting for these guys behind me who have just been fishing for a win in that tournament, and I'm so excited to watch this season go.
Yeah, and they came back from Game Mason, and they came in the arena and were like, hey guys, what's up? And I've never seen all 4 of them smile as big as they were smiling. As we do hop into some of this gameplay, we have AyeJay in on this Falco. I believe Kipp was in earlier here, able to take some stocks. AyeJay able to clean that one up. But now it's back to this Terry for William and Mary. Great end, able to put together a few strong strings onto this Falco.
Yeah, Terry just a very well-rounded, very strong character, very up in your faces, and we're seeing that on perfect display here as Falco finding himself up at 117% just now, finding his first damage onto great end this Terry player for William and Mary. But stock advantage for William and Mary, as we now hope to see potentially a stock taken from AyeJay, but it will not fall that way, as Shenandoah will now move to their 3rd player to try to take out this Terry.
Yeah, and I believe what we have left is we have Willy and Igloo.
Likely.
Right now.
Yeah.
So who knows who is going to be going in place to go up against this Terry, who looked pretty strong there in that final stock there against AyeJay, able to put together some pretty strong strings and get out of some strings of AyeJay's as well. So yeah, pretty close competition so far, looking pretty nice and pretty fun here in this first circuit, I guess. Circuit?
Yeah. And it's worth mentioning as well that at that same Game Mason tournament that we talked about, Shenandoah had to play William and Mary in just a best-of-1 as part of their like pool play regular competition, not in bracket. And they did beat them relatively soundly. Now, what we don't know is whether or not William and Mary was at full strength. It can be hard to get all of your players out to a LAN like that, and we experienced that as well. We did not have these 4 guys out at Game Mason. So something to keep in mind is that, you know, these teams have played each other many times in the past, including as recently as this weekend, and Shenandoah was able to come out on top in that one. But that result certainly does not take away from the strength of William and Mary's roster. And so as we look to show you our 3rd player going into match number 1 of this series, we have a bit of a surprise as it is looking like it will be Willy coming in as the 3rd player to assert dominance in this Showdown matchup.
Yeah, we were talking to Willy earlier, right, I mean, he plays Kazuya, and he is a monster with this character, but he also plays Terry as well, so very familiar with the strings and the matchup here, because this is the 2nd go-to for Willy, right? We saw it pulled out at Game Mason, and it looked very, very strong, but I mean, we can already see the grab coming through. Combo into electric, right? Go on and on. I mean, he's been, what, 10%? But look at Willy go, just putting together these insane combos.
Yeah, so this type of matchup I would definitely think favors Kazuya, because Kazuya is basically going to win most matchups where you have to play in his face. Terry is just as much a Shoto as Kazuya, right? They both want to be up in your face, but Kazuya is just about the best in the game when you have to be that close to him, and we're seeing exactly why. Insane damage numbers, insane damage combos, long strings, predictive reads, DIs, all of it. Kazuya's got it all. So we see an early stock taken, but Kazuya now over 100% will mean that he has what I like to call his kill button. So we will see if that comes out. It probably would not kill yet, but I hate to say that I can't quite rule that out.
Yeah, I mean, Kazuya does a whole lot. That is the button.
See.
And
okay.
Oh, not just yet. Yeah, that was indeed the button, but will Terry be able to recover? No. So technically, yeah, it does kind of kill. It's not a spark, but man, yeah, it kills.
Yeah, Kazuya is just something to behold as we now see him sneaking in through all of these hitboxes that Terry is throwing out, but finding an electric of his own, stringing it into 55% just like that. And now, if you're this Terry, you just have to look to find one stock, but he won't be able to do it. Willy putting that away like light work, just as we saw over the weekend. This is Willy's comfort place.
Yeah. When Willy plays, I can't help but just get giddy. You know? I just get so happy. You know, like, what is that? What is
art.
That?
He's an incredible player, and he's very, very smart, and he's getting better. This is a player that we unfortunately did not get to see second semester of last year, but now in a triumphant return is looking stronger than he ever has, which is remarkable to see.
Yeah. He was so good in the fall semester, right? Yes. We did miss him in that last semester, but hearing the coach Igloo go over and be like, yeah, Willy was like really good in the fall. I was like, yeah, he's in crazy condition. And he's like, yeah, and he only got better, right? He has been improving at everything that he's competed in and has been looking really good in this Terry and in this Kazuya. Both are pretty much completely even for Willy now, as we take a look at the team there, sitting in wait as they wait for the 3rd player to come out from William and Mary.
Yeah, and probably my favorite part about the development and growth of Willy over the last year is, in my opinion, the mental growth. I think a big issue that we had last year was that there was a lot of pressure put on him as a freshman. Right, first semester freshman, he was effectively the same presence on our team in the sense that he was the anchor. He was the guy that we had to rely on in our most intense situations. And that's hard. I don't care who you are. That's very mentally taxing. Yeah. But talking to Avery Igloo, the captain of the team, a big thing he said that stood out to me was that Willy has the mental to be our anchor now, and that's a big deal. He can handle the pressure, and we see it. We don't even have to take Igloo at his word for it. We see it in Game Mason. I got to watch him compete at Supernova, the major tournament just down the road for us here at Shenandoah, and he's playing against top players and showing out, right? This is just such a well-rounded, mentally tough player that is going to go places.
yeah, it's just a thrill having him back and hopping back into it. He will be going up against a Samus now. Plays a lot more ranged, so doesn't really play to Kazuya's likings. But as I say that, when he's not been touched, and he almost has a stock off of those combos.
Yeah, this is really smart from William and Mary to say, hey, you know, it certainly seems like William and Mary has some depth, because these are not characters that we were really expecting to see, but they're smart characters, especially picking Samus into a character like Kazuya. Kazuya does struggle with these types of ranged, run away from you and just camp you out type matchups. But we'll have to wait and see, because Willy has his ways around stuff like this, and we talked to him a little bit before the series. He can play Terry as well, and he prefers Terry's into matchups like these, but that's certainly not to say that Kazuya can't get away with some crazy stuff in this type of matchup. So we will wait and see. And another thing to keep in mind as this match goes on is that Kazuya has a reflector. So we'll see if he's able to time any of these crazy projectiles, but unable to recover from that one without a jump. And now we see Kazuya losing his first stock.
Yeah, 117%, however, built up onto this Samus. One combo will spell doom for the first stock, but still playing that range. Kazuya unable to get on top of them thus far. And these strings coming through from Samus as well has just been positive. They've been able to get away from these Kazuya combos and just the approach that Willy is going on. As I say that was a big kick to the face, but able to get back in time. Samus staying alive.
Yeah, now it's also worth pointing out the map pick here is also very smart from William and Mary's. We do see a grab coming from Willy to put that stock away very cleanly. But still, with his kill button, as I call it, over 100%, we will see the combo now. As I was saying before, the map pick here from William and Mary is very smart, because it is hard for Kazuya to string these combos together. That one will not quite finish the job, but 100% coming out of nowhere.
Oh! Sorry, I got really excited.
The projectile also not able to finish the job, but he will find it off the platform. Very, very well executed from Willy.
I told you I get giddy when I watch Willy play, man. Like that. Like, how does that happen?
Here we go again.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about, though. The mental fortitude to settle into this moment, right? This is a tough matchup. He's not going to enjoy this. But to settle in, find the moments, find the windows he needs, and capitalize. That's exactly what we just saw, and it's exactly what we're watching again, as Willy is able to put that one away and retain 2 of his stocks after what looked like it could have been a pretty messy start.
Yeah, I mean, the Samus was playing the range so well, but Willy able to adapt and just be like, all right, I just got to put my foot on the gas and put it to the floor and just go after this Samus. Was able to do so successfully, and Samus just couldn't get away. Willy was hitting everything, reading all the moves to perfection, and putting together some beautiful strings.
Yeah, and that hurts for William and Mary, right? That's the textbook answer to Kazuya is let's put the range in, let's make him deal with the most irritating matchup he can deal with. And for him to do that is backbreaking moving forward. Because then, okay, what do you do? That only resulted in 1 stock being taken off Willy. That is not at all what you want to see. But this is our multi-game chaos of the night, right? Off of Smash Bros. For just a moment as we have finished the draft for Game 2 of our League of Legends series. And we've got some pretty interesting picks over here, right? I see a Samira coming out for Shenandoah with a Nautilus, Swain, Mordekaiser, and Volibear. Very strong comp, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, there's early game power that this Volibear is going to be able to implement into these ganks. Most likely looking at these bot side ganks, because you really want to get the Samira ahead early. Once the Samira starts snowballing, she is very, very hard to stop. But on the counteract, we see a Malzahar, right? You click Samira with 1 button, and she can't do anything. So we'd expect possibly a QSS or a cleanse to come through here from the Samira, so they can hopefully try to stay alive for as long as possible to really get those combos off.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that the Samira will be laning into a Jinx Lulu, which Lulu is also problematic for a Samira, right? The polymorph can knock your ult out like that, and it's a point-and-click ability. But the reason I brought it up actually was because Jinx early game is not great. So if you're going to take advantage of the early to mid game Samira power spike, that is that champion. Jinx is going to help with that, so we'll see. But you raise a great point, right? It's going to become very frustrating for the Samira to carry a game against champions like Lulu and Malzahar. But we will see, right? You never usually want to put all your eggs into Samira, and it looks like they have other options. So we will keep you up to date on that game as well as the Smash Bros. Series. But we're getting ready, waiting for William and Mary to send out their last player of this series. And I mean, back to it. Right, we could talk for hours, days even, and it's so hard to put to words truly what Willy is able to do to these people.
It's terrifying.
It's incredible, and it's so exciting for the future of this team, as this is Smash's NECC tournament. So they played last year and had a frankly heartbreaking end to their year, because not because they lost a game that they should have won or anything, but because they only dropped 2 games all season long, and they were both to Stony Brook. And Stony Brook is an incredibly strong school and an incredibly strong roster. So that was a tough break to only really lose against one team. They were very dominant elsewhere. So looking for a rebound this year as we now move towards the last player for this William and Mary Game 1, and it will be a Wii Fit trainer.
There you can already see Willy trying to get aggressive there with the Wii Fit, able to counteract it fairly well. The grab into electric there, and that's it.
Yeah, great combo there. After talking to Captain Igloo a little bit before the game, we also do know that this North Wii Fit player is a very, very strong player, and he did describe them as the best player on their roster. So certainly saving the value for late, but Willy finds his kill button. Stock number 1 goes down, but certainly some valuable damage done to Willy as he now makes his way back to the stage. He will be fine and looks to take a second stock.
Yeah, I mean, Kazuya just trying to play this distance. Wii Fit does a great job with the volleyball and that orb shot that they have to kind of try to play this range, which, again, that Samus was doing very well early on as well. Kazuya, well, that was just a great read coming through from that Wii Fit, right? Read the jump from Willy, able to find that one, but now Willy trying to put together yet another string. Will do so successfully.
Ooh, this is
done
trouble.
as well. Oh my goodness! Wow! Willy! Wow!
Very, very well done. Able to string that combo and find the stun partway through. Very, 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 very well done. I mean, I'm running out of words to describe this player, but finding these combos again, starting with an electric, isn't able to capitalize on that one. Good DI from the Wii Fit. And now both of these players with 1 stock remaining finds a kill button through the neutral B from the Wii Fit. Now fighting for stage control, but Willy launched far, far away, and 150% is not quite where you want to be, but I mean, now racking up damage like you wouldn't believe. I mean, this Wii Fit's already at 100%, and now any combo either direction could spell death, and this could be trouble. And sure enough, it is. The up B from Kazuya will wipe away the remaining 170%, and just like that, Willy gets to go. Wait, no, that's it.
Yeah, I think that's
Mary's last player. Okay, series lead Shenandoah 1-0.
And we haven't even seen our captain, right?
Yeah.
Igloo has yet to play Willy. The anchor goes in third and just cleans it up, right? I mean, the Kazuya gameplay just out of control.
Man, I mean, so well done. You're right. We didn't even need to see the fourth player, come out for Shenandoah, and I lost track, right? It didn't even feel like that was the end of the series, but Willy taking it into his own hands and just putting it away, right? 4 stocks remaining for Shenandoah, looking very, very strong. I like the lineup choices to put Willy in third instead of fourth. Very well done, and it certainly paid off. As we now take you back to some League of Legends action, we see a gank from Shenandoah mid lane will pull out a Malzahar flash, and I would say so far we have not seen much of this game, at least on stream, but this is already looking like a better start than Game 1.
Yeah, flash for flash trade favorable for SU, right? When you get that mid laner flash, it's a big deal, especially if you're just trading it for your jungler's flash, because you won't see them all the time. It's not as pivotal to have that flash on that volley bear, the pullback there from Mordekaiser. Won't amount to too much, as the Soul Unbound is still up and available for that Yone to snap back to, as now we see a Sejuani roaming up towards this top side. See if Trypophobia reads that one.
Yeah, this could be trouble for Trypophobia, and sure enough, it is. The gank will result in a kill, but meanwhile, Kangaroo Feet able to capitalize elsewhere and looking for even more, as nope, he has been sniffed out, and this could actually be trouble for Kangaroo Feet as a flash hook comes from the support. Nautilus finds one of his own, and Jinx will find a kill. She's excited, and now she can sprint to safety, and this Nautilus could go down.
Oh.
Jinx flashing forward, just running for her life, and now could find a third. Disastrous for Shenandoah, and now a tough break will mean 4 kills in favor of Queen's University to start this game.
Yeah, the flash forward coming through from Empro on that Samira. The immediate flash coming through from the Jinx, able to dodge that close range Q, which would have secured the kill. And then it was just spacing right Samira, a very low-ranged champion against a Jinx who could just swap off of Fishbowl. The pullback now as well coming through from Levavane, but unable to find anything out of it as we see a gank top.
Yes, one more gank top will mean one more kill in favor of Queen's University. But meanwhile, mid lane, we also have a gank coming from Shenandoah. Volibear able to find the gank mid, give the kill to Levavane on the Swain, and a return kill goes Shenandoah's way.
Yeah, now we just see some standard pathing here. We just see a nice, everyone going back to their lane, no one roaming around just yet, trying to get some vision here. Scuttles traded across the board.
It is
so far
worth mentioning that I am starting to doubt myself, but you may notice the support player here is Galaxy Bird, who I don't believe played Game 1. So we might have had a roster change here moving into Game 2, but we also, speaking of moving into Game 2, we'll be moving into Smash Bros here pretty soon, as Shenandoah looking to move up potentially and win this series 2-0 over William and Mary, as we bring you to a double box to show you the action. Oh, it looks like this might just be a button test, so, but we do have a bot lane gank, as now we'll take you back full screen to League of Legends, and Volibear able to find some good damage. Samira, it looks like her might have had her dash interrupted there, but able to find a kill anyway, and just like that, we do see value going to Shenandoah as they find a kill off that gank.
Yeah, Kangaroo Feet able to secure that kill onto that Volibear. 5 kills to 2, the scoreline. It's about a 2K gold lead in favor of Queen's University thus far. And props up here to Trypophobia, just trying to play it safe, getting aggressive when they can. But on this Mordekaiser into this Yone, it's a little bit of a tough matchup.
Yeah, and as we take a look at bot lane again and top lane, we've got fights on both sides of the map, as Yone will find and engage, and this is a very strong early game character. He will be forced to go back and will not find the kill, but will find a lot of damage. Meanwhile, it looks like the gank bot lane did not quite result in anything, as we see both lanes just recalling down there back to safety, excuse me. But we have a Malzahar standing in the top lane who will find a point-and-click ultimate onto Trypophobia, secure that kill, and this Yone is looking like he's going to be a problem for Shenandoah. But we will be moving now toward game number 2 in the Smash Bros. Series. Shenandoah looking to take this 2-0.
Yeah, Kipp now in for the SU roster. This Pac-Man who, I believe, was 16-2 in one of
16-6, yes.
in one of their early matchups, just absolutely running through teams. Everyone playing incredible Smash Bros. Thus far this year. And you can see it here, the spacing coming through, the Galaga combos striking true as well. Just trying to farm up that Bell. Throws the Peach instead, but up goes the Fire Hydrant.
Worth mentioning as well, William and Mary opting to send out the Wii Fit first. Somebody who we agreed and seemed to agree with Captain Igloo for the team, that this is one of, if not their strongest performer. So William and Mary making the decision to try to front load their roster, certainly a strategy, right? This is the nature of crew battles, right? What works, what doesn't. They're going to try to front load, but great patience from Kipp on the Pac-Man will find a stun and an easy forward smash to take stock number 1 in game number 2.
Yeah, Galga combo will be strung together here beautifully. Having an air dodge out of that one is Wii Fit, but a high percentage built up onto this Pac-Man. Just trying to find that first stock is William & Mary, but North struggling right now with the range that Kipp has been playing with.
Yeah, and Pac-Man is such an interesting character that people just tend to struggle with, right? He's so unique compared to everybody else. He has all of those projectiles, able to place that hydrant down, and as we just saw, sometimes can backfire on him if you can handle it well. But I certainly expect North for this William & Mary roster to be able to deal with this Pac-Man very well. So William & Mary placing a lot of faith in the rest of their roster to deal with what we know is in the back line for Shenandoah. But I imagine part of the decision to put North in now was to try and get an early lead. And so far, we are not seeing that. Kipp has been in full control of this game so far, pulling out a bell, looking for another one. He will get a stun on the ledge, but not quite enough to confirm, and he will go down. But still, 2 stocks to 2 and 100% for this North Wii Fit trainer. But Kipp looking for a key, unable to find that quick stock.
Yeah, the key coming through there, just hitting that shield. A slow little cantaloupe floating in the air, unable to do anything with that one just yet, but just playing this space, playing patient, waiting up to farm what Kipp wants to have to start these combos, and is just playing patiently, dodging everything that he needs to dodge, right? The bell up and available to stun will not be able to connect just yet, but Wii Fit as well, kind of getting stalled out here, unable to really string together a lot of these combos and get a larger percentage onto Kipp.
Yeah, we'll take you back to a double box here to check in with the League of Legends game, as it certainly looks like things are about where we left them, right? It's a certain lead for Queen's University, but nothing crazy as we appear to be frozen for a minute. But Yon looking to ult up top lane did not connect, but meanwhile on the left side of your screen, Kipp will lose his second stock, unfortunately for Shenandoah, but still nothing to be too scared of just yet, as now this Wii Fit trainer is finding a lot of value and does get stunned off the ledge. Great job to recover there, but not quite the spacing Kipp wanted on that bell. It will land on the ledge, and that will mean that North finds his way back on stage.
And we can see a gank mid lane, a flash away from the Volibear ultimate. Levavane goes down, but Kangaroo Feet able to find their response. Now needs to escape on their own. Super Mega Death Rocket does go wide, but I mean, unable to do anything with that just yet is Kangaroo Feet. Will be able to escape with their lives.
Yes, and as we see on the left side of the screen, Kipp does go down to the Wii Fit trainer, so we will full screen you back to League of Legends as we have, like we said, kills 4 to 8 in favor of Queen's University, but a gold lead, very noticeable in the top lane, right? This and bot lane, frankly, that both of these hyper carries on Queen's University are going to be causing problems for Shenandoah the longer this game goes on.
Yeah, if you look at that bot lane gold difference there, it's about a 2.2k gold lead in favor of this Jinx over this Samira. The snowballing is well underway. That's almost an entire item ahead of this Samira for Queens on this Jinx. And just this hyper-scaling comp that they have, the Jinx, the Yon, the Malzahar will be doing so much damage in this late game. They need to try to find these shutdowns that are available specifically on this Jinx. I believe it's a 300 gold shutdown. So if that can be tossed over onto one of these main carries, onto the Swain, maybe preferably onto this Samira, that would be a huge deal.
Yeah, also worth mentioning that Jinx has a full collector now. So that is certainly nothing to scoff at, but an interesting build option in terms of not going something like Kraken Slayer.
Right.
It's, I think, going to snowball a little bit better for this Jinx, especially because of the lead that they already have. But Shenandoah looking for a bit of a fun bush here, right, as we set up for what could be a dragon take, as Malzahar sitting relatively safely in the bot lane. Shenandoah will be spotted on this ward. Meanwhile, top lane, Yon finds an ult to engage onto this Mordekaiser, and he will almost surely go down. To the E, he will not. Well played there by Tripophobia to get the Yon off of him, force him to go back to his shadow, and come out with his life.
Yeah, the pull away there, keeping Tripophobia just barely alive. I mean, That's pretty good mechanics right there, right? I mean, Yon had him dead fully, but able to escape. Now flash hook coming through from Galaxy, but the dash in coming through as well from the Samira. The Jinx is so low, but unable to do anything is SU. The ults coming through from Lulu as well. Everyone goes down. That's a triple kill for the Jinx. Now it's just Levavane trying to run to safety, but the chase is on.
Yeah, and a massive commit there from Shenandoah as now we see Levavane likely go down to a Malzahar ultimate and the rest of his damage. But yes, a large commit there from Shenandoah to try to get the shutdown from the Jinx, and they layered their CC pretty well, but that's the Lulu support value, right? We saw shield on top of ults, so much ability to keep that Jinx alive for so long, and a well-played flash and barrier out of Jinx just to buy enough time to then return 3 kills. And all of a sudden, that's not a great trade for Shenandoah.
Yeah, 7K, around a 7K gold lead in favor of Queens here in game number 2. Split the Drakes, a Cloud for SU and an Ocean in favor of Queens here. It looks like it is going to be a Hex Tech Soul in game number 2, as we will join you back in the double box here as we see Igloo, the coach on the Yoshi, put in second for SU to try to answer back against North.
Yeah, an interesting choice here, but again, one I can understand and respect, to put in the veteran players to really take out the big threats. Yoshi is going to have an interesting matchup here, right, against this Wii Fit. Wii Fit has all these projectiles and damage enhancing in the breathing techniques and all that, but also on the right side of your screen we have even more Jinx carnage as Jinx is ripping through this Shenandoah roster. It will be a triple kill for Queens University, and all of a sudden 15-5 and a massive gold lead for Queens University is going to be very difficult to overcome.
Superphobia now also pulling the Yon under that tower, but unable to do anything just yet. The Yon has quite a substantial lead, as now we see the back air coming through from Igloo as well, able to take that first stock against North, putting them back down to 1.
And yeah, that back air always just hits a little harder than you expect it to, and a great kill confirmed there from Igloo. Now only at 74% on his first stock. If he's able to take this one, that could be colossal for Shenandoah, because again, now we know that William and Mary is relatively front-loaded right now. So if Igloo just looking to put this away, up to 100% of his own, 99.9. Little dangerous territory, and against a strong Wii Fit player, certainly looking to take advantage, but we will see, right? Never over till it's over. We have certainly seen crazier things happen with this Smash roster.
Yeah, Igloo just playing patient, trying to wait out these projectiles that they are going for, now trying to put together a string of their own, just unable to connect with that one. North able to find a kill, but not to fret, it's okay. 1 stock. If you get rid of this one, Igloo will be looking good for the rest of this series.
Yeah, so North now in a position to just try to get whatever extra credit he can, right? He's done his job in terms of getting 3 stocks, plus potentially any more, right? We've got now up to 4 stocks in favor of North. But once again, on the right side of your screen, we have a massive team fight here as Samira gets a full ult off on just a Sejuani. Unfortunately, not enough value there, and too many low health bars for Shenandoah will mean that Sejuani could walk out of this with 3 kills. Again, disaster strikes for Shenandoah, as now Tripophobia able to get his ult off onto this poor Lulu running for her life in the Shadow Realm. She does get the polymorph off, and Tripophobia won't be able to finish the job. He comes out to a Malzahar ult standing waiting for him. Again, not able to get it, and 5-21 will be the kill count in League of Legends. But we will full screen you back to Smash while we have more downtime in League of Legends. Both of these players up to 100%, very, very close. Igloo just looking to put 1 more away, but North seeing if he can get just anything more to try to help the rest of his team manage. And sure enough, he will. 2 stocks in favor of North now moves Shenandoah down to only 7 stocks remaining across all players.
Yeah, Igloo now down to the final stock, but 105, like you said, on North here. Able to get this, the back air does connect, not able to kill just yet, but Igloo just playing patient, calm, cool, collected Smash Bros, waiting for the right moment to strike, still keeping the aggression onto North here as well. I love to see that coming through from the captain, but North is doing a great job of finding these dodges and finding these perfectly timed shields to stay alive.
Yeah, and they're making good reads on each other, right? Shielding, finding the tech chases and stuff like that. But a well-spaced dash from Igloo will mean that he gets a nifty little forward smash to put that one away. And finally, the problem from William and Mary seems to be gone, right? North is down and out, and we still have AyeJay, Willy, and one Igloo stock remaining. If I'm Shenandoah, I'm not too upset about that at all.
Yeah, I mean, still a very, very star-studded roster yet to play here on this SU squad. AyeJay and Willy, like you said, a very, very strong back end for these 4 players. And, I mean, yeah, it's just looking good. Empro able to find the kill on to this Malzahar. Finally getting some more kills on the board, but now, as I say that, the Yone getting aggressive. The hook will not connect to the terrain, not able to fly out of that one. Now, Levivane caught up. The Glacial Prism will connect the kill over to this Jinx. Getting excited. Kangaroo Feet might have to be a little cautious here. Walking up into this Jinx. That might just be a kill. It will. A triple kill for the Jinx on fire. 13-1 this Jinx right now, the KDA, as they look to end the game.
Yeah, and look at the difference on the items right at the bottom of your screen. Samira just finishing that collector off of the shutdown from the Malzahar. Meanwhile, the Jinx opposite her has a collector, a completed opportunity, a last whisper, and enough money for a executioner's calling.
Yep.
So lots of damage coming out from this Jinx, and we see it with now the added damage coming from Lulu. Now, Tripophobia will find an ult onto Sejuani. They are now fighting each other separate from everybody else. Jinx caught out of position, flashes away, but will get the Lulu ult off. Now here comes all of that damage. Super Mega Death Rocket will find 2. The rest of the Fishbone Rockets will find 2 more. A quadra kill going Queen's University's way. An ace could spell doom for Shenandoah. Now, at the 19th minute, Queen's University having their way right now.
Yeah, 10 seconds left here on Galaxy Bird, this Nautilus, but against 5 strong members of Queens, they're just going to hit the Nexus, end this one in a clean sweep. A hook coming through the ult as well to follow from Malzahar. Not much you can do in that situation. Queens will take the series 2-0 over SU.
Yeah, very strong opening showing for Queen's University there to take that series pretty commandingly, but that will do it for game number 2 of our pretty exciting night here at Shenandoah, as now we move and full screen you to what will be Smash Brothers the rest of the night. Igloo looking to get any more extra credit, but he will not get it as Toad, the Falco player, is able to put that away, and now a 9-6 stock lead in favor of William and Mary means that Shenandoah has 2 players left to try to finish the job.
That's going to be a Falco v Falco angle with
It
AyeJay,
probably
possibly.
will. Yeah. It definitely could be, unless, because, I mean, even just last series, right, or even last game, we saw Shenandoah opt to put Willy in 3rd, which I did not expect, but was the decision and ended up absolutely being the right decision. So it'll be interesting to see, right, I'm trying to remember, so they have this Falco who we just saw. We saw a Terry last game.
Yeah. Samus. We saw Samus as well. So I think that Terry and Samus are the last 2 remaining.
Presumably.
We think.
We seem to think that William and Mary has some pretty solid depth, so it's hard to say for sure. But with those characters in mind, right, that's kind of what we have to work around. So if you're Shenandoah, right, you're between a Falco and a Kazuya. I do think you put Falco in here.
Yeah, I agree. I like the mirror matchup, right? AyeJay has experience with it, right? I mean, playing the character as a full-on main, but also just experience in those mirror matchups himself. So I'd expect to see AyeJay come in here, saving Willy for that anchor position, but who knows, right? I mean, both of those players are extremely capable of making a deep run here against William and Mary.
It's hard to say, because you would really rather have Falco go into the Samus.
Right.
And it certainly seemed like Willy felt very comfortable into the Terry matchup, so that one is fine. But yeah, you would kind of hate to put Willy in now, maybe lose a stock, maybe 2, probably come out on top, but I mean, you just have to think about the collateral damage, right? You have to think down the line. With 9 stocks left for William and Mary, you have to think positive value. So who can get more than enough stocks? And it's going to be hard because, I mean, William and Mary has the advantage both in numbers and in strategy to be able to choose who they put in next. But if I saw correctly, and I believe you at home may have seen it too, it looked like Willy just sat down behind me. So it seems like the decision will probably be Willy on either Kazuya or Terry. But this would actually be a good example of we might see the Terry come out, right? Knowing that there's a Samus back there, knowing that Falco can absolutely run away from you and laser as much as he needs to. It'll be interesting to see. I'm very curious to see who Willy will opt to pick, because he told us before the series that he actually views himself as more of a Terry player than a Kazuya player.
Yeah, which was kind of surprising to me, right? Because when I think Willy, I'm like, oh yeah, he plays Kazuya.
Right.
He is a Kazuya lord, a legend of Kazuya, right? But he likes this Terry and likes what it looks like. And frankly, I like what it looks like too after Game Mason. It looks very, very strong and very similar characters as well. Kind of that Tekken-esque kind of gameplay, right? I think they're both from Tekken, right? Kazuya, I know, is from Tekken. Or is Terry from Street Fighter?
Terry's from Kingdom Fighters, I think is what it's called. I don't know. Is it Terry's in Street Fighter now?
Yeah.
Shout out.
Yep. True.
Street Fighter 6 just added Terry Bogard like last night.
Yeah.
But SMK series is what SNK is what I've been told from our production team.
Is where Terry is from.
But yeah, what matters is that he's in Smash Bros.
Yes,
So,
correct. He is in the game.
they are both Showdown characters. They're both fighting game characters. And what does that mean for a 1v1? It means that one, they're always facing you, and two, that they have very, very unique movesets compared to every other character, right? You have incredibly complicated inputs. You have probably twice the move set,
the roster, I guess, the roster of moves. That you can pick from.
The amount of abilities that Kazuya and Terry are capable of is just objectively more than every other character. So being able to play both of them, certainly some of your mechanics are going to carry over, and the value is going to be in both of those picks. But they're both good at things that the other one is not. Terry seems to be better at chasing people down, and he's got just a little more ranged options. Not many, but some. They both have comeback mechanics. Terry has his go meter. Kazuya has his kill button. Right? They both have options. Against a Falco, it's really hard to say. I think he will probably go Kazuya just because we saw Kazuya work. It's on paper I would say that Terry might make more sense, but last game we didn't have the luxury of picking before we saw the Samus come out, and it worked just fine. So I'm expecting a Kazuya pick here, but we should see fairly soon here as we are getting ready to move into game, as our third player here at Shenandoah University will go in and try to even up this series.
Yeah, and it looks like it is going to be this Kazuya, right? Tried and true. We saw it wipe at the end of game number one. A lot of stocks. Quite a few. A handful, if you will, of stocks. And we're going to be golden today. Golden suit, looking good, looking fly into this Falco, who does kind of like to get aggressive with these up-close combos. And that's one you saw there, that side or neutral air, I believe. But, I mean, this is just Kazuya doing Kazuya things, right?
Yeah, so keep an eye out for the state of these platforms, right? The stage's platforms can change over time, and that's very, very important to know for Kazuya, as he's constantly looking to string these combos together on the platforms. Almost finds a kill there as he does get a kill spark, but great DI there from Toad to stay alive, keep fighting on another day, and finding some serious damage onto Willy here.
Whew. I mean, Willy, the recovery just connects, has that and lands that electric there right out of the gate. But now we can see Toad trying to get that aerial string put together. Is able to do so pretty well, but just unable to find that kill. And just as I say it, there he goes.
Yeah, well done there from Toad to just really space out the Kazuya, not let him start these combos, and just really keep the pressure on. Keep throwing out hitboxes and don't let Kazuya breathe. I mean, this is where Kazuya thrives, is right in your face. And right now we're watching Falco play right back in his face, and it's working. Kazuya drops that combo, but still finds 37% damage, finds an electric, won't find the spike, but another electric means an up smash, again, won't quite finish the job. But, I mean, the damage is absolutely coming out for Willy here on this Kazuya. But, again, a great return there from Toad to find some damage and really put Kazuya in a threatening position. A spike will put that stock away. Now 122% remaining for this Falco, and Willy struggling to put this away.
Yeah, I mean, 2 stocks remaining. Granted, this one is at 122%, but I mean, look at these strings that Toad is able to put together. These combos are just connecting in full right now for Toad. The kill button used. Well, not the kill button, but one of the kill buttons.
Finds a grab, able to put that stock away, and at, what, like 140%, that's going to kill you every time.
Yeah.
But, wow, a forward air will just put that stock away. And, I mean, Falco looks very, very strong there in Takazuya. I mean, that was very surprising.
Yeah, I mean, Toad played that pretty much to perfection, right? Those strings lasted quite a long time, able to just put them together over and over and over, and Willy just struggling to get out of them, right? So just great reads coming through from Toad there, but Willy still able to take off those 2 stocks. Now it's going to be up to, I believe, AyeJay, Falco versus Falco for this final stock.
Yeah, this is a pretty tall task for AyeJay to go in and now have to eliminate 3 players all by himself, but I hate to bring up old memories, but let's be real, this did just happen over the weekend. Now, granted, it was a different player, but, I mean, these things happen in Smash, right?
Yeah.
I certainly don't want to write off Shenandoah right now because that's not reasonable, but this is certainly not where you want to be. You're probably starting to look forward to next series if you're the rest of the team, but AyeJay settling in now as our 4th and last remaining player will almost assuredly play Falco, and I mean, I feel pretty good about AyeJay's Falco into another Falco, right? I'm confident. I've been watching this player for years now. I think he's an incredible Falco player, certainly strong player on our roster. So, yeah, we should be getting into game here pretty soon.
Yeah, no, I feel confident about it, right? AyeJay has plenty of experience in this competitive scene as well, has been playing for SU for all of last year, and I believe the year prior to that as well, if I'm not mistaken. So he's been around the block, right? He knows what he needs to do and is very capable of doing so. Very familiar with Falco, playing them and playing against them. So I'd expect to see the stock go AyeJay's way pretty soundly, I'd say, but then again, there's 2 other people right after this, right? Yeah.
Yeah, for William and Mary, they have 2 more people remaining. So, again, tall task for AyeJay, but certainly not impossible as we now move to Shenandoah's final remaining player, AyeJay, the Falco player, in a Falco Ditto, 7 stocks to 3. If AyeJay can take this stock early without losing one of his own, right, percentage does not even matter. Even if he gets thrown around this whole stock, gets up to 150%. If he does not lose his stock, that all gets wiped away. So, something to keep an eye out for, right? Whoever gets this first stock will certainly have an advantage. But we see 58%, and I believe no jump from AyeJay means this is going to be a tough recovery, but he will not make it back there, and he will lose his first stock here against Toad, the William and Mary Falco player.
I mean, Toad just doing a fantastic job with that edge guard, right? AyeJay trying to get back to the stage, but just unable to do so. So props to Toad with the brilliant and beautiful edge guard coming through, and now a aerial string getting put together as well. Side B coming through from AyeJay, able to connect, but not able to make anything out of it just yet. 92% now built up on this second stock, only 20% built up on Toad so far. AyeJay has a lot of work to do to get this stock out of the way.
Yeah, if I'm taking anything away from this, it's that North, the Wii Fit trainer player, is certainly not the only threat on this William and Mary roster, right? This is a deep roster, and we knew that. But Toad is looking very, very strong as a player, and just on this Falco, very sound. And now grabbed at 150%, AyeJay is in some trouble with 2 stocks remaining, just looking to get back any stage control, as now they are in the middle of the stage. AyeJay finds a launch of his own, cannot quite get the ledge guard, and now just about a combo either direction, and sure enough, a back air there from Toad will mean that AyeJay is down to his last stock here.
Yeah, AyeJay needs to try to find this one to keep SU alive in this game. Number 2 won't be able to find that aerial up air. Side B coming through as well, but Toad doing a great job at just kind of playing this distance. Doesn't want to give up this stock, wants to try to end it right here, but AyeJay has other thoughts in mind, able to put together a pretty sound string there of a little bit of a juggle.
Yeah, and it is so hard for Falco to just, like, find these kills. This is something that I feel like this character just kind of struggles with. He doesn't have many, like, kill moves like we're so used to seeing with like a Pac-Man or a Kazuya, obviously.
Right.
So, you know, it's going to be hard, even though this is at 150%. This is certainly no gimme for AyeJay, and now we see the percentage racking up the other direction as Toad is able to string together these combos. AyeJay does find a forward air of his own to put that away, and with 1 stock remaining, needs to claw back 6 stocks straight for Shenandoah to have a chance to put this away now.
And that, frankly, is a massive ask,
Yes.
right? Having 1 stock and having to take 6 is very, very difficult, but if anyone can do it, hey, it's our Falco player. AyeJay is very, very good, and props to Toad. Taking 2 stocks in that position is insane.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, right? It's, like you said, a tall ask, and, you know, I don't want to write off anything. Right. But 1 stock having to take 6. Again, I believe this is what happened with Willy at Gaming. I believe he had 1 stock remaining. Like, he took 8 stocks in a row, but I believe when there were 6 stocks left, he only had 1 stock remaining. But again, different players, different setting, different everything.
Right.
So if you're William and Mary, right, as we said earlier, we have seen a Samus and a Terry.
Yep.
We don't know if they have more in reserves. It'll be interesting to see. But with 1 stock remaining, you can't help but think that whoever you put in here has a pretty good shot of taking 1 stock.
Right, yeah. I mean, that would be almost expected, right, on the side of William and Mary. Like, all right, you have 3 stocks to 1. You just got to get 1 of them down. If you lose 2, that's fine as long as they're up to like 200%. You know, you just got to try to find 1 side air, 1 smash attack, and they're toast.
Yeah.
Right? So right now, William and Mary definitely on the confident side, and I mean, I don't blame them, right? 6 stocks to 1, it's pretty favorable, but AyeJay is a very experienced player, right? So it's going to be exciting what they put in here.
Yeah, and I was going to say I would not expect them to put a Samus in because Falco does have a reflector.
Yeah.
But I was going to say I would expect them to put in Terry because of that. But sure enough, we will see, just as we expected, reserves. If it's the same player as we've seen or not is hard to say, but certainly a character we have not seen. Captain Falcon is the answer, the response for William and Mary to take 1 stock off of this Falcon.
Yeah, and already we can see Captain Falcon just trying to put together these aerial strings with these grabs, but AyeJay putting together an aerial string of their own, able to read this Captain Falcon, finding that first stock quite handedly, only taking 12% on their own.
Yeah, pretty well done there from AyeJay, I would say, right? Only getting hit maybe once in that entire stock and really taking full control. Not showing any signs of concern, at least, for only having 1 stock. But that's exactly what we want to see, right? From a fighting game player in this type of situation, you have to be confident in yourself to get the job done. And sure enough, we see AyeJay again stringing these combos together off of the platforms on this small battlefield stage. But a great read there from Captain Falcon to catch the jump with his up B. 76% now on Falco. But again, I mean, these up tilt combos are really starting to come together, and sure enough, a side B into back air will almost do the job. Not quite able to finish it there, but a forward air still not quite able to get it. Captain Falcon forced to recover there and right into the down air of AyeJay, and all of a sudden, that is 2 stocks straight for AyeJay, right? If he's able to wipe this one off, this 90% that he has now racked up goes away, and he just needs to, I say just, needs to do it one more time.
Yeah, AyeJay up to that 100% range. We see Captain Falcon just trying to find this edge guard. Now AyeJay needs to be careful. If he's caught with any one of these combos from this Captain Falcon, he could go out. But 51%, a few strings of their own might be able to find the kill. The side B going through the roll as well into that side air. A good approach coming through from AyeJay.
And I like that we're not really seeing AyeJay panic. Like, we're not seeing him change his playstyle very much. He's still very much up in your face. He's not trying to camp you out, but again, another great read from Captain Falcon to just find the up B there to punish a jump from AyeJay. But again, very much in your face. 160% doesn't matter. And an air dodge mid-air will mean Captain Falcon SDs that last stock. 158% just like that down the drain. And AyeJay back to 0%, still only 1 stock. But William and Mary now sending out their last player.
Yeah, and now it's kind of where you get scary, right? Like, you are now to your last player. It's 3 stocks to 1. You just saw AyeJay run away with that last matchup. And now it might be Samus, it might be Terry. If it is the Samus, which I would not fathom it would be, but I mean that plays very good for Falco.
Yeah, it's certainly nicer than a Terry, right? Samus can still find success against Falco, but yeah, that reflector is something to keep an eye out for, right? And we're gonna see. We've already saw it in the Falcon Ditto. We saw them reflecting each other, or at least throwing out their reflectors a lot.
Yeah.
Didn't see it much there because Captain Falcon doesn't have any projectiles, but like. AyeJay knows how to use his reflector. He knows how to read these projectiles, how to be conscious of them. He knows what's going to kill him at any given moment. So it'll be interesting to see, right? I expect this to be a Terry, but who's to say, right? Who even knows if that's a player we've seen before or not? I mean, it's so hard to tell, and that's the fun of crew battles, right? That's why I love collegiate Smash Bros. This is a 4v4, not just a 1v1, and it frankly could be more than 4, right? Depending on, we have subs, they probably have subs. So I don't know. Yeah, all we can do is speculate, but that was a great series there, a great match from AyeJay, and exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much pixel perfect from the start, able to put together these really nice strings, just being able to get very good reads on that Captain Falcon as well. I mean, that certainly does not hurt in the slightest, but yeah, AyeJay, recognizing that he has 1 stock, was like, okay, I need to try to come out of the gate swing, get this 1 stock fast, and he was able to do so, only racking up 12% on himself after finding that first stock into that Captain Falcon. And now it was just kind of like, all right, we're going to keep that going, keep the aggression up, don't play scared, because once you kind of start to play scared, then you're like, all right, I need to try to dodge this perfectly, roll away, and then that's where you get red, and then you get
exactly. That's how they get you. Yeah,
that's how they get you.
Another thing worth mentioning is that Igloo did tell us when they were at Game Mason and Shenandoah, this Shenandoah roster had to play against William and Mary in that best of 1 that I mentioned earlier. The 4 characters they played against were the Wii Fit Trainer, a Captain Falcon, a Terry, and a Corrin.
Yeah.
So another character who's on the table, right? We don't know player-wise. Maybe that Corrin is the Samus. Like maybe they're different players. It's hard to say. But another thing to keep an eye out is Corrin, right? We know Corrin could be on the table here. And if that's the case, I would like Corrin a lot more than Samus. And I think it also makes sense because I would not like Corrin into Kazuya. So I bet if it's the same player, that, they would switch off Corrin for Samus because they had to go against Kazuya last game, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But none of it matters, as the last character we have will be the Terry. So what does that tell us? Not much about the roster. But sure enough, Terry is the answer. This Terry needs to find just one stock against AyeJay, or else Shenandoah walks away with the whole series 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, 3-1. Terry is the answer. Both players ready, going at it already. And already AyeJay able to put together a pretty nice string of a few aerials here and there. And Terry already off of the map. Now playing this edge guard is AyeJay, able to find these strings. Really not even touched just yet. So far, this Terry unable to get close.
Yeah, this has been a very overwhelming start from AyeJay. He's been all over this ledge, and Terry really has not had an opportunity to set up in any way. I mean, that's like the 3rd time in a row I've seen him air dodge basically max range just to get to the ledge. But something to keep in mind about Terry is this go meter, right? He now has 2 unique moves that could be very disastrous for AyeJay, as now Terry does find a grab, unable to string that one together, but I mean, here comes the Terry damage, right? If AyeJay isn't quite able to put this away quickly, this could be very bad.
Yeah, the go meter in full effect right now, built up to 64%. That is one of those unique moves. He was just at 64, and now he's at 99. Terry now just doing a whole lot of damage. AyeJay unable to get close thus far. A good air dodge coming through from the Terry. finally able to put that stock away is AyeJay.
Yeah, so finally the Power Geyser and the Buster Wolf are gone, right, off the table for this Terry, but at 130% he doesn't need them, as it will be a rising tackle to put it away. Terry is able to find the one stock he needs, but a great effort from AyeJay to claw that all the way back to only a 2 stock difference. That's promising signs for Shenandoah, but nonetheless, an even series here and a great showing from William and Mary.
Yeah, I mean, we're all tied up, just like you said, 1-1. We saw that Captain Falcon, a little twist there in the action from William and Mary, and then AyeJay bringing up the rear for SU, and frankly, looking very, very good, able to take 4 stocks towards the end there with 1 remaining. I mean, that's some nice stuff. That's good.
Absolutely, yeah, and you know, it'll be interesting to see any adjustments that the team makes. Right, it's going to be hard to change much at this point. Right, both teams have a pretty good grasp of what the other team is thinking. But as we prepare to get into our 3rd series here, I believe we are going to take a quick break to sort of unwind. Right, we've all been here for a couple hours now covering a lot of esports action, so we are going to take a quick break. We encourage you to take a quick break, but don't leave. We will be right back with game number 3 of this Smash Bros series.
understand it. This wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it. I've done what I can. And I never mentioned the times you rude. And I never mentioned when you hear the truth. Scared to lose it all. I will stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? Got me saying away. these are resolved, maybe it's madness. I'm begging you, please pick up the call. You're causing me damage. I should've known, wasn't your fault. Don't even matter. I wasn't thinking clear, trying to take it there. Scared to lose it all. I won't stand a chance, and I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You got me standing in the rain, hoping I don't make the same mistake.
Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
Hello and welcome back to the action here at the Shenandoah Esports Arena in Winchester, Virginia. The game day of all game days, as we have had all kinds of craziness throughout the day. We started with Overwatch, we transitioned to League of Legends, but we're back to finish with some good old-fashioned Super Smash Bros. My name is Chris Clayton, and I'm joined once again by Ben Kincaid, and we have one more Smash Bros. Game, Crew Battle 12-12, to settle this series against William and Mary.
Yeah, we are tied up 1-1 so far. That last sequence, that last game was quite close.
Yeah, I would say
right?
so.
I mean, AyeJay going in 1v6, 1 stock to 6 stocks, bring it all the way down to, I believe, 2 remaining stocks on the side of William and Mary. I mean, all of our players are playing very, very well right now.
Yes.
And now it's just really about matchups, right? Finding the right matchup, putting players in at the right time, and secure this win.
I agree. Yeah, we saw the strategy, the lineup change a little bit. Both of these previous games where Willy came out third, which is not something we do normally, but I think it made sense both times. It worked out great the first time. The second time, the matchup against the Falco did not look great.
Yeah.
So I think you're right. It's going to be a matter of getting the right guys in against the right opponents. But that's the glory of crew battles. Who's to say who William and Mary is going to put in first? Because in game 1, the Wii Fit was the last player. North on the Wii Fit looked great as the anchor for game 1. Game 2, North comes right back in as the first player in game 2, and I think that rattled the team just a little bit, right? It throws off our rhythm. We did not end up changing our order, and I think it was the right move to not change it, but it means we didn't get the matchups we wanted, and it created problems, and frankly, we were lucky to escape with only a 2-stock difference there.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it'll be interesting to see where North is kind of placed, right? Because this Wii Fit has looked super, super strong. And then this Captain Falcon, this Toad, Captain Falcon, this Falco, there it is, has been looking very strong as well. This Wii Fit and this Falco are problems on William and Mary, and we just need to try to navigate it and find that solution, find those matchups, and try to read the minds of who is it going to be and how can we match this up.
Right, yeah, and Shenandoah does tend to put out Kipp first, and I expect that to stay the same, right? We have this strategy in place of putting probably our second best player behind Willy, our second best player out first because he's gimmicky, borderline gimmicky. Not many people know how to deal with Pac-Man, and it can cause problems if you put out. If you're front-loaded, you put your first player out and they don't know how to deal with a Pac-Man, that is disastrous for the rest of your team. But we're in Game 3, right? Both of these teams know each other pretty well now. So Game 2, we saw success from North on the Wii Fit trainer against Kipp's Pac-Man. So I expect them to do the same as we prepare to move into Game 1 here. And sure enough, I hate to say I told you so, but I believe I am correct. We will see North on the Wii Fit trainer come out and try to put away Kipp on this Pac-Man. 12-12, let's get into it.
And Kipp early on in this matchup looked very, very strong, but just wasn't able to seal the deal later in these stock counts, right? They were able to take that first stock very convincingly, but then North just stepped it and put it into a next gear, right? And was able to come back against Kipp here. And now we can see that semi-continuing here, North putting up good percentages so far against Kipp.
Yeah, Kipp just struggling to sort of settle back in, right? Looking just a little off so far, but I expect that to change as now Kipp is able to sort of set up, find his projectiles, set up around these hydrants, but he is taking a lot of projectile damage as North on the Wii Fit is able to knock these hydrants, find these soccer balls, and just rack up damage now up to 128%. A good little mix-up there from Kipp to prevent the ledge guard there as North went down to try to punish, but not quite enough there as now Kipp in a bit of a tough spot does get grabbed as the heavy breathing will come in, and that is quite the damage boost to put Kipp's first stock away.
Yeah, and still North with not a lot of percent build up on themselves either. Kipp trying to find these Galagas, these bells, trying to find these combos to really start stringing together some high percentages on North, but so far just struggling just a little bit to find them. But still, as I say that, Kipp putting together a very nice aerial string, not taking a whole lot of percentage on their own as well. So right now, it's looking a lot better. Great dodge coming through from North there.
Yeah, a couple good combos leading to pretty hard reads from Kipp, and neither one just quite worked out. But good looks, certainly, from Kipp to look for those smash attacks both on the platform and on the ground. But not quite able to find it, is now looking to start yet another combo that will probably lead to death. But if WeFit has anything to say about it, Kipp now up to 48%.
Now, a great bell. Did not see that one coming as Kipp is able to put stock number stock number one away for William and Mary.
Yeah, I mean, and great patience coming through from Kipp as well, right? I mean, it started off a little rough there on that stock, still not able to get strings together, but then was able to recover and find these really nice strings to come through. Now just trying to recover back onto this platform. We'll be able to do so, but again, North doing a great job at reading the movement so far of Kipp.
Yeah, and North really has to be careful going off stage for plays like that because the Pac-Man trampoline can really cheese you out of stocks that you think are safe. So that was a little scary there, but able to get out of it without much trouble. But something to keep an eye on if North decides to keep going low and try to punish these Pac-Man recoveries, because Pac-Man can recover from literally anywhere on the stage, right? Yeah. This is one of, if not probably the best, both horizontal and vertical recovery character in the game. So Kipp able to jump over that projectile, but still just struggling to find the damage, right? He's throwing out a lot of hitboxes, but a great read from North to find the jump off the ledge and put that stock away. Now, North basically a whole stock up over Kipp.
Yeah, and now just trying to string together these Galaga combos, but unable to connect just yet. North playing great space, great distance so far away from this Pac-Man. Good job by Kipp to get away from that double projectile coming his way. Now just trying to put together a string of their own.
Yeah, good patience there to try to time the dash attack, but a little too much patience now as Kipp really trying to put his foot on the gas, right? Really trying to run at this Wii Fit instead of sitting back waiting for projectiles, because that playstyle has not shown to work so far this game. But now we see these combos coming together, right? The forward airs, forward airs, forward airs, as Pac-Man tends to do. A great combo there, finding some serious damage. Now Wii Fit up to 100%, but Pac-Man still 70% of his own, right? Needs to be careful if he wants to try to take this stock away before potentially going down.
Yeah, Kipp there on that edge guard looking very, very good indeed. But now we see North getting aggressive yet again, a little bit of deep breathing there. Won't be able to connect on that one, but these volleyballs have been very, very beneficial here for North thus far. Side B coming through, unable to find the stock. North again surviving.
Yeah, tough break for Pac-Man, and I can't help but think that that might have been a misinput because that's a very heavy end lag move, leaving himself pretty vulnerable there on the ledge to capitalize. But a great showing there once again from North on the Wii Fit. A strong start for William and Mary as Shenandoah now looks to rebound once again and try to bounce back in this series.
Yeah, and it's looking positive, right? This is kind of what we had happen in that second game, right? But now we kind of get to see what we want to do. If we want to lead now with AyeJay here and save Igloo for later on with Willy in that anchor position again, or if we want to kind of front load this and see if we can just get through these members and then save maybe AyeJay and Igloo towards the end. Maybe it's Willy now.
Right, yeah, this is uncomfortable if you're Shenandoah because you are faced with a decision. We talked to Igloo before the game, right? It's usually we put Kipp in on the Pac-Man first, and if that doesn't go well, we have a decision to make. Do we put in, like you said, AyeJay second usually, or if the opponent is looking very good, do we save AyeJay for later and try to just knock out the problem with an incredible player in Igloo? It's tough, right? There's no straight answer to this. Last series, we watched Igloo go in and kind of struggle to finish off this player and also deal with the Falco that came in after. It's hard to say. I do think Igloo probably has the best shot at just dealing with this Wii Fit trainer and putting out the fire, but this is certainly not the start you'd like to see if you're Shenandoah.
Right, yeah, and with Igloo, right, he has a lot of patience and a lot of game knowledge about everything in this game, right? So maybe it is an angle to maybe put Igloo in like you did last time, have that patience, have that confidence, and just see if you can salvage an extra stock off of that, and then bring that into that Falco and just try to get 1 or 2 back, right? That's a big ask for Igloo, right? But still a very real possibility to come through, because Yoshi is pretty good, and Igloo's pretty darn good at it.
I would say so. And something I think is safe to rule out, I don't think it makes sense to put Willy in now.
Yeah.
I've been knowing that there's a Showdown later, like a Terry coming later, and potentially a Samus. Again, we saw success against that in the first game, but I don't think it's worth assuming that. So I think it's safe to say that we are ruling out Willy here. I think that value needs to come later in the form of an anchor.
Yeah.
I mean, all we can do is speculate, right? It's so hard. I think it makes more sense to put in the veteran presence and try to deal with this Wii Fit trainer and put them away. But it's so hard to say.
Yeah, no, it's definitely tricky, right? Because now it's a mind game almost at this point as well, because this Wii Fit back-to-back has looked super, super strong, right? And it's scary to look at this Wii Fit. North has been playing very strong, very good Smash Bros. And, I mean, SU's been playing great, but with that threat just looming there still with 2 stocks remaining, you need to make sure you put in the correct person so that you're not front-loading too heavily and that you can still clean up that Terry, that Samus, that Captain Falcon, the Corrin possibly to come through later.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, shout out to this William and Mary roster.
Yeah.
We did talk to Igloo before the game, and we knew that this Wii Fit was going to be a problem.
Yeah.
So, North, kudos to you. You were looking great. But and to the rest of this William and Mary roster as well. That Falco was certainly a surprise for us. He looks incredible. So, yeah, this Shenandoah roster is very strong, but they're certainly being tested right now. And coming off of the Game Mason win of the whole tournament, as well as the win in that best of 1 against this very school, it's hard as Shenandoah to grasp what's happening here, but you need to settle in as competitors, calm down, and deal with the problem at hand.
Yeah, no, definitely just stay positive, right? It's just the first 3 stocks. You know, you have 9 left, right? There is still a lot of Smash Bros to be played.
Absolutely.
And a lot of capable members of this team remaining. Very, very strong roster through and through. No one on this SU squad is a slouch, you know?
Absolutely.
Like, all of these players are very, very strong. And same goes to William and Mary right now. I mean, everyone has been showing out tremendously right now against this SU squad.
Yes, and if I'm seeing correctly, I can look behind me. It does appear that Avery is sitting in the hot seat. Igloo, our Yoshi player, is poised to get into the game. So we will take you there as soon as it happens, but it does still look like we're getting some things sorted out, so we'll get into the game very soon. So get situated. Right, we have Smash coming your way, but it is certainly seeming like it will be Yoshi that now has to deal with this Wii Fit trainer.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Igloo did in game number 2, right? Was able to clean up those stocks. Lost a couple of their own, right? But maybe it's different. Maybe you just take those 2 stocks and you only lose the 1. Now you're going into this 8-9, right? A much closer scoreline than we had last time, if I remember correctly. So it'll be interesting to kind of see what happens here. But I do like the play of potentially having Igloo go in.
I agree. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. This is going to be the adjustment we need to see is can Igloo take this player out cleanly? Yeah. And it's a tall ask. This is a very strong player, as we've said now ad nauseum over the last couple minutes. Right. But that, you know, Kipp is behind us now. We can't think back on how that should have gone or whatever. Right. Can Igloo go in and take this player out without losing more than maybe 1 stock would be ideal for Shenandoah. But we'll get there when we get there, as we also have an incredible Falco player waiting on the other side of this Wii Fit trainer. So we should be getting into game here pretty soon. Another factor to consider is map stage, or stage pick as well. Avery will have counter pick here, and I'm not confident enough to say I can really predict what he's going to pick, but I expect, you know, stages that Yoshi thrives on would be more, I guess, smaller stages, as we do see small battlefield is the pick for Igloo, as now he is tasked with taking out North, the Wii Fit trainer. 9-11 in favor of William and Mary as we get into game number 2. Well, match number 2 of game number 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, Igloo already trying to get on the aggressive here. Wii Fit doing a great job. North playing at this range. A nice parry coming through from Igloo as well there. And now possibly an aerial juggle will miss on the back air just slightly, but no threat. North unable to capitalize on that one.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Avery so far, or from Igloo, excuse me. Strong, aggressive play, looking for those forward airs, right? The spikes, he went for like 2 of those in a row. That's aggressive play, but I like that. You do kind of need to approach this game like that. But aggressive, not reckless, right? It's Wii Fit can absolutely take advantage of you just running into him mindlessly. So we do see Wii Fit able to get a strong grab there. Igloo struggling to just land right now, as able to shield that one back onto the stage, and we'll see if Igloo is able to take advantage of this. But 93% on the Wii Fit, 150 onto Yoshi, but still clinging to the stock for now. But not for long, as an up tilt would do the job. And Wii Fit, again, finding these high damage, crazy kills so far.
Yeah, 100% built up on this Wii Fit though. However, if Igloo is able to get this stock without allowing North to build up too much extra credit on this one, that'll be a huge benefit going into these last 2 stocks, just 22% built up. But still, North playing great distance, great just patience right now with this Wii Fit. The projectiles as well landing cleanly right now. Finally, Igloo able to find that stock, but not before 81%. That extra credit looking super nice for North.
Yeah, great finish to that stock after taking some damage that I'm sure Igloo would like to have back, but it's in the past, right? 96% up on this Yoshi. Now, applying the pressure, right? Wii Fit has been off stage for most of this stock so far, and Igloo certainly plans to keep it that way. However, he will get thrown off stage on his own, and a forward tilt again will finish the job. This Wii Fit is putting in work. North looking great, the heavy breathing now buff applied, and just like that, 90% up on this Yoshi on his last stock. This is dangerous for Shenandoah.
Yeah, Igloo needs to try to find this stock and find it fast. Like you said, now the aerial juggle coming through from Igloo, able to build up some percentage. A great clash there coming through, right? But Igloo still able to stay alive. Just as I said that, the air coming through. North able to find that final blow.
Yeah, very, very well played. Strong showing from North to take out another very strong presence on Shenandoah and still having a stock to show for it. 10-6 now is the score of this series in favor of William and Mary. And again, now we have a dilemma. We have a decision in front of us. 2 players remaining, AyeJay and Willy. Last time we saw this, we had Willy come in as Kazuya, and that matchup against the Falco specifically did not look great.
Right.
So it'll be interesting if we put Willy in. It'll be interesting to see if it'll be a Terry swap or if we just hold Willy for later and just throw AyeJay in for now.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I don't know where this goes right now, right? I mean, you have 2 very capable players. We saw AyeJay at the end of that game 2 frying, right? But with 1 stock, there's not a whole lot you can do with that. And he did a whole lot more than a lot of people can do, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like we lean more towards this Willy anchoring and AyeJay going in now and just see if he can just be the mechanical god that he is and just outplay.
I think I agree, and I hate to say this, I am being teased a little bit by our team because we have the game in front of us. You guys cannot see it at home, but we're hovering some characters that are not exactly normal.
Right.
So I'm not sure who's going in or who they're playing. But I can tell you. Okay, I'm gonna describe what's happening. Right, you guys can't see it. I'm being ambiguous. We're hovering like like Steve and Pikachu. We don't have a Steve player.
Maybe we do, and they never told anyone about it.
Maybe we do. This would be I mean, okay, to be fair, Igloo has pulled out a Samus on me before.
That's true.
When I
true.
was casting, had no idea that was coming.
Yeah,
And so, I mean, maybe we do have some serious pocket picks. I don't really know. And that might be what it takes, right? A major change in the strategy to really, I mean, we see it all the time in all kinds of competition. Even if it's not the best decision, a change in strategy can just change your momentum, your emotions, and the other team's momentum, right?
Yeah.
It can alter a lot of things, but again, we're speculating. It's for those of you at home who want to know what's happening, you can kind of see it behind me. AyeJay is in the hot seat. It's only a matter of who will he play? Right. Will it actually be AyeJay? I mean, he could stand up. I don't think we've committed to anything, but we are certainly being thrown for a loop here in the broadcast booth.
Yeah, I mean, hey, let's put it on random and see what happens. No, I'm kidding. No, let's not do that. No, not that. But it does look like it might be an AyeJay angle here. AyeJay definitely
we did
heard
just
me
select
say
random
that.
and lock in. But
Yes, that is not non-committal. We should be hopefully getting into game relatively soon.
Yep.
It seems like we are taking a little bit of a break, but we will not be taking a break. We will stay here with you and take you into game whenever we are ready.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, this is hard for Shenandoah. This is a situation that they haven't been in at least in a long time, and this is only, I believe, this is week 1 of NECC competition for them as well. They've been competing in NACE and succeeding comfortably in NACE, right? We mentioned the 16-6 performance from Kipp just a week or two ago. I don't remember now. We see them coming out of Game Mason with a win. Excuse me. Like, this team has found a lot of success so far in the season, and this truly does seem to be the first time that they are being tested. But that's it's going to be a measure of this team's character, right? We see this is not a young team. These guys have been around for a while. They've competed together for a while. So they've been through it before, albeit it's been a while. They find a lot of success. It's rare that they find themselves in these situations, but they have been through it before.
Yeah, and like being in these close games is like, this is really what brings teams together, you know? Tugging on the heartstrings a little bit, you know, like we went through the rough of it together, right?
Yeah, and we came out of it.
And you came out of it. Win or lose, it does do a lot to bring a team together, right? Because you see support from players and be like, hey, good try. You're totally fine. You did everything right. And it's just like sometimes there's just better players around, you know?
Yeah,
but
I mean, you can't win them all. Like, the truth is, you will eventually lose games. But, yeah, I mean, it's you certainly want to hope for the best at all times, right? You want to have that positive mental, and we saw it at Game Mason, right? They needed 8 stocks.
Yeah.
I'm sure they felt all the same emotions they're feeling right now in that moment, and they walked out with a title. They walked out with a belt, a literal belt.
Like a WWE championship level belt, and it was very cool.
So it can absolutely happen, but it's a tall ask. So I think we are still waiting to figure out what's going on here. We should hopefully be getting into games soon, or maybe we'll take a break here. I'm not confident in what's going on here, and I have seen our captain walking around a little bit, probably talking to our competition coordinator here, so I'm sure they're in communication with the other team. But I do think we are going to take a quick break to figure out as we take a breather, right? Regain, figure out a strategy for the Smash team to try to regroup. So don't go anywhere. We will be back with the rest of this series very soon. Welcome back one more time to the exciting conclusion of what has been a long day of action and competition here at Shenandoah in Winchester, Virginia. My name is Chris Clayton, and I am joined once more by Ben Kincaid, and we are here to bring you the exciting conclusion to this Smash Bros. Series. We had a slight hiccup just now with some connection issues. We got it, seemed to have it sorted. It was all tested, and we are expecting to get back into game here. So, quick refresher, right? This is game 3. We are tied 1-1.
Yeah.
Shenandoah took game 1. William and Mary took game 2. We are in game 3 now, and William and Mary has a pretty strong lead, 10-6, as Shenandoah is fielding their third player right now.
Yeah, it's going to be AyeJay in for SU. North, of course, is still in on the side of William and Mary. Now it's up to AyeJay to find this stock and go on a little bit of a run of his own to try to keep SU alive here in this game. AyeJay and Willy, the last two standing on the side of SU.
Yeah, certainly a dream scenario would be if AyeJay is able to take the stock relatively quickly and we move on from here. But that is a tall order because North has been playing a very strong game all the way back to game 1, right? North was causing problems for the Shenandoah roster, but not quite to this degree. But nonetheless, right, AyeJay is able to put some pretty solid combos together, rack up a good 83% now, as unable to capitalize on that off-stage exchange, but still, percentage favor for Shenandoah as AyeJay still just looking to put this one pesky little stock away and move on to bigger and better things, hopefully.
AyeJay rolling in now, trying to play distance here from this Wii Fit, trying to find that up tilt, but unable to do so just yet. The reflect coming through as well. Side B into a potential aerial combo, won't be able to connect on it just yet. Now playing off the stage, but the recovery coming through again. Another side B connecting with a side tilt yet again. AyeJay just trying to edge guard to perfection. Another reflect coming through, not letting himself get hit by that volleyball. And the what was that? Deep breathing? What was that?
It looked like a neutral B there out of the Wii Fit to put that stock away. And again, AyeJay just unable to really put this stock in the dirt, right? 130%, a couple opportunities to go off stage and finish the job, but just barely not able to. And now North, I mean, extra credit is an understatement, right? We're finding many stocks as AyeJay, again, looking for an opportunity to just get in and put this away. More projectiles, finally one reflected back at the Wii Fit, launched off stage, 150%. AyeJay not quite able to find that down air, but the return from Wii Fit means this Wii Fit is back on stage, breathing heavily once again, and will find another kill onto AyeJay. Shenandoah now down to 4 stocks before this Wii Fit can get off the screen.
Yeah, I mean, North again continues to just run through SU. I mean, North, another grab now, playing off of this edge. The volleyball as well will connect. AyeJay able to recover. Needs to try to find the stock. 151% built up onto this Wii Fit. 110 onto AyeJay as well. Needs to try to find the connection. We'll be able to find that aerial. Now possibly playing off the map here. We'll be able to find that side air, and we'll be able to clean up North, but not after losing 2 stocks of his own.
Yeah, Falco with a very strong back air, one of his rare kill moves, as we talked about earlier in this series. Something Falco kind of struggles with can be finishing stocks, and I think that was a great example of it. Going all the way up to 150% and stalling that out, taking 2 stocks from North, but finally, the Wii Fit is off the table. Now, we know that there's another Falco in reserve. We saw this mirror matchup in Game 2. We also know that there's a Captain Falcon, a Samus, a Terry, a Corrin somewhere in there, right? There's a lot of options for William and Mary, and that's the beauty of being up in a series like this.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of options that they have to send in to this one-stock AyeJay right on this Falco. And I don't know really what the better matchup is here. Maybe you do just put in a very strong player to just kind of try to clean up this stock and then try to go into Willy, our last player, and just try to end it through that. But Willy and AyeJay are still holding strong, right? AyeJay struggled a little bit there against that Wii Fit, but that, I mean, North was just playing that really, really well.
Right, and we've seen, even in game 2, it wasn't quite enough, but we saw AyeJay go on a tear to close out game 2 with a 3-stock included in there. So you have to keep that in mind if you're William and Mary, right? This player has 3-stocked someone on your team already today. Probably don't want to send that player out, and I believe that was the Captain Falcon in game 2. So I don't expect to see a Captain Falcon. I do expect to probably see that Falco come back, right? It worked for them in game 2. They're in an even better situation here in game 3. But as we move into the next matchup, we will see. I have been proven wrong today, and it will happen once again. Terry is the answer for William and Mary.
Yeah, Terry coming in. I mean, I like it. I mean, I like the matchup, right? I understand what they're thinking here, but I mean, I don't know. AyeJay will just have to put together some nice strings and see if he can take a stock or 2 off of this Terry, which is very, very possible for AyeJay.
Yeah, and I do wonder if this is also partially a decision looking to the future, right? We did see all the way back in game 1, it was Shenandoah that opted to put Willy in against this Terry, and Willy won that relatively soundly, but I do think he lost a stock in that match. So maybe if you're William and Mary, you're thinking, hey, I want another shot at Willy, and I think I have the best shot at it, and you're just kind of looking past this 1 stock. But that can absolutely be dangerous because, again, we've seen AyeJay 3-stock already today. So we'll see if he's able to pull some magic out of his hat, but up to 72% so far is not where you want to be, and sure enough, 2 down tilts into a classic kill move from Terry. Will put that away, and now 9 stocks remain for Willy to finish the job.
Yeah, and Willy, took 8 last week at Game Mason?
Yes, he did.
So just 1 more, right? 1 extra number.
Let's
see what he can do, right? But yeah, I mean, again, that Terry played that very, very cleanly. Played range, didn't get caught up too much in the strings that AyeJay was trying to throw out with those combos, and was just able to play distance and really just kind of play time in that instance and just wait for his moment to strike.
Yeah, it's just well done all around from, again, William and Mary absolutely showing out right now. They look very, very strong as a roster, right? This is, excuse me, they're finding success from all different corners of their roster, right? We keep singling out certain players that are doing well in the moment, but then another player pops up and absolutely performs. So they are looking great, but there is certainly 1 hurdle remaining, and it is Willy. And now the question becomes, who does Willy play? I mean, last time we saw this matchup, we saw Willy go against this player. He did pick Kazuya. And I believe that was a 3-stock to 3-stock situation. It's not even like he was thinking at least too far past the player in front of him, at least I hope. So, I don't know. I would expect Kazuya to come back out, but at the same time, we also saw the Kazuya not work out too well in game 2. And that does make you wonder, is that enough to make you switch to Terry, knowing that the Falco that knocked out the Kazuya in game 2 is still there?
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely be an angle to just kind of try to play this more ranged, patient game that Terry does have, and then Kazuya just kind of put him on the back burner for now, right? Because we know that Willy's very confident on both of these characters, thinks of himself as more of a Terry than a Kazuya, said it himself. So we'll just have to see if we go into this mirror matchup or not.
Yeah, and we have an answer a little bit earlier than you, but you will see it momentarily here as we move into the next matchup on your screen. Sure enough, it will be a Terry mirror match. Willy pulling out the pocket pick. Not even really a pocket pick. We know it's we know it's in there.
Right.
But we did just see this Willy Terry go through 8 stocks at Game Mason. Terry has a higher floor, whereas Kazuya can really struggle in very specific matchups. So I do think it makes sense, and I would say that that's about how you want to start, right? An early SD makes this only 8 stocks now that Willy needs to take. So, and I say only, that's still a lot, but I mean, everything matters here, and an early SD from William and Mary will mean that this Terry, if nothing else, is at a stock disadvantage against Willy.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you said. A great first look here. Now we can see Glees able to put together some strings of their own against Willy here on this Terry. Unable to put a string together just yet is Willy after that. Well, I stand corrected. That is another spike coming through from Willy off of the stage, and now it's looking like we could have a potential restock if Willy can find another string against Glees.
Hey, I mean, why not, right? This is an incredible problem to have, right? It's not often that you get an opportunity to compete at this level and have this type of situation in front of you. But somehow we've seen Willy in this situation and come out on top. So why not now? Why not Willy? Why not us? As he finds a great Buster Wolf combo there, and that is the go meter we're talking about. With Terry over 100%, he now has 2 additional moves. A rising tackle onto Willy will cause some problems, but not quite spell death, as a great air dodge there will mean a Buster Wolf combo again gets a kill spark, but not quite enough. Good DI, and now we have go meter both ways. Looking for an edge guard, not quite able to find it. William and Mary back now on the stage. Again, go meters going both directions. The power guys are out one way, shielding on each other. Both players just waiting for their one opportunity. These are Showdowns. You can't roll through them. They will turn around. A good nair there to protect the ledge. Oh, a rising tackle is the look for Willy, and it doesn't quite connect. He will lose his one stock there. One of his stocks, excuse me. But looking to put this one away and move on. Sure enough, jab, jab, power dunk is as true as it gets in Smash Bros. Yeah. And Willy will take those 3 stocks relatively smoothly.
Yeah, that is one down, right?
1 down.
6 left to go. It's going to be a 6-2 now entering into this next player. But now, if you're William and Mary, who do you go with? Who is the angle here?
Right. This is tough. I mean, I've been saying it all night. This is tough because the truth is there's never a correct answer until you do it. I can't help but keep thinking back to the Falco player, right?
Yeah.
The Falco player is the one player that we've really seen succeed against Willy so far this series, right? Willy kind of had his way in game 1. He kind of just had his way right there. I mean, with including the SD on the first stock.
Yeah.
But yeah, that Falco player, granted, it was against Kazuya, but looked very comfortable against Willy. And it's not often you get to see people look comfortable against Willy.
Yep.
So I think the answer should be Falco, to try to just put this away and not save the Falco for what could be a last player situation.
Right.
But it's hard, right? Who knows what's going through those players' heads? We talked earlier today about just the mental fortitude it takes to be an anchor player.
Yeah.
And who knows if that Falco feels comfortable in that situation or not. It's hard to say unless you're in that William and Mary room right now.
Yeah.
So we shall see, but I expect this to be the Falco player.
Yeah, no, I fully agree, right? Because the Falco in Game 2 looked very, very strong, very comfortable against these Shoto kind of style characters, right? Played very, very well into that Kazuya. So it'll be interesting to see if they pivot off of that. But the Falco would be kind of something that we do expect. But instead, we get a little bit of a twist. It's going to be the Samus instead.
This is what we do in our Smash Bros. Broadcast. We make wrong predictions. So if I'm Shenandoah, if I'm Willy, I don't actually hate this.
Yeah.
It's certainly not ideal, right? And nobody likes playing against a Samus. But I'd certainly rather be Terry than Kazuya. Right, and we did see the Kazuya succeed in Game 1, but I anticipate that this will go even better, right? It's hard to say because still Terry's not exactly comfortable here, as we see. The multi-hit combos start to come together for this Samus. But, again, Terry has the speed to keep up and a couple more options to deal with whatever Samus throws at you. And so we'll see, but admittedly, Willy up to 70%, not bad, but not where you'd like to be if you're trying to really come away with a 3-stock here, ideally.
Yeah, no, for sure. And you can already see Willy trying to find this edge guard, trying to roll through a lot of these aerial combos that this Samus is trying to pull off so far. Built up to 97% on the Samus. That side air coming through as well. The go button is up and available for Willy. Now he's going to be doing a whole lot of damage if he can stay alive with this stock, which it looks like he will be able to just for the time being right now.
Yeah, this has been pretty smart from the Samus so far. Just racking up damage, not even necessarily fishing for like kill moves just yet, because you know there's only 2 stocks on the board for Shenandoah, right? If you can get any amount of damage, it's going to matter. And all the way we see Willy getting up to 200% there before dying. But a jab, jab, power dunk won't quite do the job. Now Samus up to 125% with 3 stocks remaining. But again, we're probably going to see a revert back to this just rack up damage playstyle. A lot of these down Bs mines from Samus to just rack up damage, right? He's only got 1 stock left, and any damage now done to Willy counts. A great power dunk mid-air will send Samus off the top, and a good play there from Willy to get on the board.
Yeah, Willy now just trying to put together another string here, possibly a spike close to the edge to try to get rid of this second stock that the Samus does hold on to thus far. But right now it's close. I mean, Willy is down to his final stock, and this Samus still has 2 remaining. Almost only had 1 remaining, but is able to stay alive for the time being.
Yeah, a rare grab out of Terry, but a smart option against the shielding Samus. That should be a kill, and it is. Terry now only at 60%, right? This isn't too bad if you're Willy, but what I'm noticing too is, and something I forgot to mention earlier, Kazuya does have ways to, excuse me, wow. Terry will go down, and that will do it for Shenandoah. William and Mary will take the series, take game 2 and 3. Samus finishes the job, and it will be a win for William and Mary.
Yeah, and looked extremely close towards the end there, right? Willy trying to recover back onto that stage, and then Samus just charging up that side smash. Perfectly timed, right? Able to find that angle. Great play coming out there from that William and Mary member, but yeah, I mean, a great showing from both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw so many highs, so many lows both ways. You know, we saw game 1 go pretty, I won't say commandingly, but Shenandoah looked so strong in game 1. And then game 2, William and Mary storms back, right? The final score of that was 2 stocks remaining. That's very deceptive, right? AyeJay had to go on quite a run toward the end of that to make that happen. And then game 3, North on the Wii Fit trainer just taking control, putting it on his back and making the team look great. And that's what we do, right? This is a team game. Every single player's contribution matters, and I think we saw that both ways today. Yeah,
no, for sure. I mean, every player on William and Mary showed up. They played very well. That Falco doing a whole lot of work in game 2, and then this Wii Fit game 2 and game 3 stepped up tremendously in that starting spot for William and Mary. And then on the side of SU, I mean, we saw AyeJay stepping up huge. Willy in game 1 taking multiple stocks off of William and Mary. So everyone really played quite well.
I would say so. Yeah, and we had a lot of fun watching it. We hope you did too. We did a lot of stuff today.
Yeah.
If you were here for the whole time, in case you weren't, we did cover 3 different games today. We started with our Overwatch team, unfortunately taking a loss to Blinn's JV roster, but then we had League of Legends in there playing Queen's University, and we just finished with what you saw, our Smash roster against William and Mary. We had a lot of fun doing it, and we hope you had fun watching it. If you did, be sure to drop us a follow, because we're going to try to do this every Tuesday, right? We do have these games going on every Tuesday. So if you enjoyed it, be sure to drop us a follow on not only wherever you're watching this now, but all of our socials. We have Twitch, YouTube, we're on X, we're on Instagram, we're on everything. So come find us and stick with us. We had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Chris Clayton. For Ben Kincaid, for Igloo and Molly on the pregame interview, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you next time.
This wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it. I've done what I can. And I never mentioned the times you were